Class 3 odd number goat should be checking in and staging. Class 3 odd. Thank you, exhibitors. We need Harley Joe Funk from Hayes County to staging. Samuel Hill from Littlefield FFA. Dakota Dunson from Glen Rose FFA. Need y'all to the staging. Ethan Criswell, Crockett County 4-H, need you at staging. Jake Ruska, Reagan County 4-H. Mason Skelton, Runnels County 4-H. Kathy Hernandez, Sutton County 4-H. We get a parent or advisor for Tage Van Dyke, Oldham County 4-H. Please come up to the announcer stand. A parent or advisor for Tage Van Dyke. Thank you.
The one that's tied to that wheel. I don't know what button for it. Just tap that button and it'll turn green. Class two goats, really good to put together, and you know I get confusing. I wanted to keep them all top 6 out here, and what's interesting is as you look through 6, through 10 to 15. It's amazing how wide skeletoned these goats are that we're judging today. And I think the stouter, bolder framed goats are at the top end of this class. What's interesting about the top pair is I still think they're both athletic. They're great in their shoulder design. They're good in their feet and legs, good in their pasterns. You handle the class-winning goat, and I told this young lady, when you come up on this guy and put your hands on his forerib, that is an incredible body shape because he's lean, he's high cut ability, and he has got a whiskey barrel rib in terms of his forerib. His chest is wide, his forearm is big. That goat's proportionality and his ability to be really, really bold and wide and really, really athletic is the essence of a great market livestock, and I think that is a good example of it. The parent mouth goat that's going to be second, I think has the same silhouette, has the same kind of touch and tone. He's not quite as far out there in terms of his skeletal width and density, but I think that's a high quality, good built goat. Love to start with him. Only problem is I think there's a beast in here in terms of width and mass. The most vertical goat in terms of shoulder, knee, and front foot comes in third. This guy, when he's propped up, can handle with the top pair. You get him in motion and he'll come apart just a little bit up front. I really like the touch, the tone, and the quality of this goat when he's propped up in 4. This is a really high quality, good built one on the stand. When he gets in motion, he'll be a little off in his top line. He'll get a little more out in his hock design, and I think he falls out of favor when I study the top 4 in motion. The next goat comes really nice built, really good touch, really good tone. I like how this guy's designed in motion. You stand him, you study both front end and rear view. There's not enough mass and width in that particular goat. Love the stoutness, love the feature in this guy. He's probably the longest in his blade and the deepest up front. Good stoutness, good feature. I don't see either end of his skeleton as smooth and good build and level and correct as I do the ones above him. I made some comments here. We could go down. These are tremendously high cut ability, good touching goats that need opened up in their skeletal density. Here's a really wide one that I thought he's got the body mass. He's a little compact, a little refined out here. The dark-headed goat, really stout featured, comes apart in his top line just a little bit. Young lady in the vest is a tough goat. Front 2/3 I love. He's a little odd hind-legged, a little soft pasturing, but I love the front 2/3 of that one. Tremendous shape, tremendous touch, a little flat designed here, really high cut ability. Great set of goats. Let's congratulate him, if you would, once again, on a job well done.
Folks, y'all be sure and check out our website for our official show photographer, which is Devin Sis. You can view and order your photos online at www.devinsisphotography.com. Anybody is welcome to go get a picture taken, but as a reminder, all of our first and seconds must have their photos taken. They upload their photos very quickly, so the photos from yesterday and last night are already on there. You can go on your smartphone and check everything out and be sure and visit their booth.
Well, I think we really turned up the heat in this second class of fine wool. 81 sheep in this class. I'm impressed that the fine wool breed actually recording more entries in the crosses this year. I think that's pretty neat. especially at this show that's got a long history of showing great fine wool sheep. We sent some out the gate that I think were awfully good market lambs, but just a tough set to sort to these top 10. With that being said, there's still one that I think dominates this class pretty handily. From the time he walked in the ring, I knew that one would be awfully tough to get around. I'm just a big fan of this sheep that starts the class. For a fine wool to have that kind of natural skeletal width, that touch, that pin width, and still stay that true as he's traveling away at his hop, I think that's awfully impressive. When you park him on the side, he's still a sheep that's proportional in his lines. He's fresh to the touch. He's honest in his composition. Just a really nice fine bull. We can change just a few minor things about him. When we set him in motion, he may want to get just a shade easy in his top line, duck his pins ever so slightly. He may not be the heaviest structured sheep in the class, but that's being awfully critical of a sheep that I think wins this one going away. The sheep that stands in second, I won't take anything away from him because he's a really nice fine bull as well. That one's tall-shouldered, he's neat in his blade, he's long-bodied, he's really attractive in his hip and hind leg posture when parked on the profile. The young man does a great job getting that one presented. I think when you start reading these sheep in terms of how genuine they're built from the ground up, he's not as wide underneath. He reads a bit flatter in terms of his body shape. And we can scout him down the top side of his body, especially in his upper hip. Sheep that stands in third, one that's just awfully good in terms of touch, tone, and freshness. I didn't get him pulled when he walked right in the ring because he does want to get a bit tighter in terms of his structure, maybe not get out and travel quite as effectively on the move as the two that stand ahead of him. He too could be just a shade stouter out of the upper portions of his hip. But I love a sheep that's honest in his composition. He's fresh, he's presented well, and the young man does a great job getting that one stuck from the side. A sheep that kind of grew on me sits in fourth, one that's just fundamentally correct. He's sound in his structure, he's fresh, and he's honest in his composition. One that's really square when you watch him travel away. He's just given up some dimension. Need to open him up in his body, strengthen him in his top line, and give him a much more natural dimension from behind relative to the sheep that are standing in front of him. A nice sheep to round out the top five. That one's really good in terms of being an opened up sheep. It's round body. It touches with a tremendous amount of natural freshness and dimension down the top side of his body. He's really good in terms of his loin edge. For me, he just reads a bit more conventional when he gets parked on the side. He needs to be later maturing, more extended. Stretch that one out, give him just a longer growing look, and I think that would certainly add to this productive image. A great set of sheep, an awesome class winner. Let's give these cranes a round of applause.
Here's our results from Class 2 Market Goats. In 10th place, we had Nolan Laminack of Tom Green County 4-H. 9th went to Joseph Vinzer, Ward County 4-H. In 8th place, we have Paige Quayla of Val Verde County 4-H. 7th went to Sidney Newsom, Medina FFA. 6th was Carson Goat, Gilson FFA. 5th went to Jace Jones of Joshua FFA. 4th, we have Addison Rouse, Karnes County 4-H. 3rd went to Justin Spinrath, Kendall County 4-H. 2nd was Lana Milliken, Dimmitt FFA. And our class winner went to Rachel White, Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. Class 3 even numbered goats, check in at staging, Class 3 even. Lamb results for Class 2. 10th place went to Kaylee Price of Kinney County. Breeder was Hyde Club Lambs of Rock Springs. 9th was Stockton Taylor, Val Verde County. Breeder was Skelton Club Lambs of Ballinger. 8th, we have Reese Richardson, Nueces County. Breeder was Long Club Lambs of Sterling City. 7th was Dalen Stevens of Sterling County. Breeder was Long Club Lambs of Sterling City. 6th went to Ava Allensworth of Brazos County. Breeder was Cordis and Noki Club Lambs of Mertzen. 5th went to Macy Morris from Bell County. Breeder was Pat Jackson of Cristobal. 4th was Jake Rushka of Reagan County. Breeder was Long Club Lambs of Sterling City. In third, we had Preston Isom from Lampasas County. Breeder is Scrooby Livestock of Wall. Second went to Brantley Hoover of Midland County. Breeder is Rainy Clublands of Andrews. And our class winner went to Sloan Stoltz of Mason County. Breeder is Scrooby Livestock of Wall. Congratulations to these lamb exhibitors. Our Class 3 even numbered finals can check in at staging. Class 3 evens. these exhibitors as they exit the ring. Raspin Bowles, Williamson County 4-H. We need you at the staging area. We will do the lightweight division drive after Class 3 on the market goat. So our first and second place exhibitors from those classes will need to be ready for that.
what? That just doesn't bother me hell a lot.
So, after, y'all may just be silent for a little bit.
Well, and we can announce, you know, talk
At
about
the
it and
end,
stuff like that.
y'all talking. So, after class 5.
Let's do that. But I think that'll put us around 12, 12. Just a second. Let me go.
Okay, confirm that. You see a couple people.
Yeah, let's break. You can announce the break after class 5. And see, the nice thing, that's the middleweight.
How long?
I know some are wondering, so we've got it fairly figured out. We're going to break for lunch on the lamb side after the completion of the fine wolves. We will break for lunch on the goat side after class 5. And it'll be roughly a 30, 45 minute type lunch break. So after class 5 on the goat, and after the fine wolves on the lambs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If we get 2 more TVs and put them halfway down next year, can we hit it? This is the experiment this year, so we'll find out. Yeah, that'd be good. If we do it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, in theory,
Our first and second place exhibitors on the goat side from classes 1 and 2 can check in at the staging area. And then our odd numbered class 4 goats can check in as well. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Class 4 odd numbered fine wolves can check in at staging. Class 4 odd. Thank you, lamb exhibitors, and thank you for giving them a hand.
youngest daughter, she's fixing to have her second. Well, she's got a little boy, Kaylee. She went in there yesterday. So it kind of talked to him.
Is it all right if I?
Went in there and he was in his little brother's room. He's going to be born about 3 weeks. He's seeing how far it's going to take.
Here on the goat side of things, my greatest fear as a show judge is that first sift. Once the goats leave the ring, I can't change things and I can't go back and get them. And I thought there was a lot of good depth of quality in here. What I'm going to redo or do is resort these top 15 or 16. As we look at the goats and the silhouette of the profile out here, I kept them kind of, God, I think I like a lot about them. A little deeper necked goat that I think got good build, good spine, needs more leg. Got a real good handling one here that just the farther you get away, the more refined he gets in his skeletal density. Got a nice built one there that's just a little soft down his top line. Got a real stout one right here. A little pelty, a little loose hided. Want to tighten and freshen that up if we could. Couple of thicker goats I like real well on the stand. When you handle them, you step away and they lose favor in terms of playing this. Got a big loined goat down here at the end. Once again, the bone and foot doesn't match the extension and muscle mass he's got. As a result, I think it detracts from his balance. And so, if you would please allow me to excuse these goats that are along the fence line. Give them a very nice round of applause. This is a very deep class of goats. We'll resort our top end.
We need the first place from Class 2 market goats to the staging. And again, your odd numbered Class 4 goats can check in as well. Congratulations to these lamb exhibitors.
I followed him just like a cop after I figured out what he was.
Riley Slade. Baylor County 4A to the staging. Colby Allensworth, Rudder FFA. John Rowell, Deaf Smith County 4A. Taylor Brindle, Kendall County 4A.
We're going to talk this particular class, and one thing about it, whether I overwork the goats or I move them around to where I want to see them, you know, we said earlier, when you don't judge a lot of goat shows, I want to put them wherever I need to see them to make my decision. At the end of the day, as long as I'm content and pacified with what I've tried to replicate and stand for throughout the day, is what we're going to do it. So I thank the exhibitors for being patient with me. We might head them that way, we might head them this way, we might go top down, we might go bottom up, but I'll do whatever I need to do in my own little mind until I'm content. We look at these 6 goats that are out here, and if you go down and start down here and you just progressively go this direction, every time they get bigger, bolder, better handling, and more touch and tone as we go from 6 up through the top pair. I love the top pair of goats because they are both athletic. They're both incredibly good in their skeletal design, and they are thin-hided, high-cut ability, really, really tremendous handling goats. But yet they're a little differing in terms of their frame size, and you've got to ask yourself, to me it's about proportionality that sorts 1 over 2. Why do I like the class-winning goat? Because he is the utopian balance of proportionality. His foot, his bone, his body width, his mass and shape more appropriately fit his framework. He's not a small goat, he's not a big goat, he's a proportional, well-balanced goat, and as a result, he is good on the stand, and when she gets him in motion, he is a show pony, and I love to watch him go. That's a good one to start. I love the goat in second in terms of that handling quality, that look, reach, and extension relative to his frame size. I want to bolden his forerib up just a shade and open him up in his skeletal density just a nickel. I think if we do that, he's a little nicer in the shape to his neck as it sits on the front side of his shoulder. He's really athletic. He's got big feet. He's got correct joints and angles. That's a good one there. In terms of handling quality and carcass value, maybe the best goat may be in third. It's amazing when the tail doesn't come up how it detracts balance. It's amazing when this goat's in motion, he's stiff-necked and he'll go down. When his neck goes down and his tail goes down, he looks to be the rounder, shorter pattern goat of those initial three. As a result, balance is working against him. I still think he's better in his hock design and hind leg than the red top goat that comes in 4. Love the body shape, love the width of skeleton. This is a powerful designed meat goat right here in 4. He's a little odd in terms of his hind leg. He's a little small build at the ground for me in terms of skeletal density. Really like the goat when in 5 when he's up bracing. Got a great cosmetic shape and turn to his hip and leg. Love him in that regards. When the boy's not driving him hard, he gets rounder and more open in his shoulder. He transitions into a tighter, more tubular heart and forerib, and I want to change that relationship if we could. The goat that's in 6, a good pattern, nice built goat from a side. He's a little vertical in his hind leg design when he goes in motion. And then you put your hand right here. He can hang with these other goats. You put it here, and he's a little rough in transition from his loin into his hip, and I want to freshen that up. We go down here, need more muscle, just a little more pop and stoutness. Great built goats, my compliments. They just don't quite have the zip and extras that these do. Let's congratulate all 15 or 16 for a job well done.
Attention in the barn. We need this vehicle to move immediately. It's parked in a fire zone, and it's parking someone that needs to get to the hospital. It's a white F-250, license plate GCF0813, has a cage in the back, parked on the west side of the building. Please move. You need to move immediately. A white F-250, GCF0813. Thank you. Haley Bear, Kerr County 4-H. We need you in the station.
Okay, I don't have all these sheets.
Oh, we don't have all the sheets, Jesse.
I've got 1 from class 1 and 2 from class 2. But hey, Wendy, I'm not going to read the full bios until the final drive. I just need to know names and counties. Which I can, if I can get I'll get the result from you. We just have the result. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she's right. I'll tell you what, I've got this weekend. I'm just missing one of these sheets. One of these bio sheets. I'm missing the second place from class 1.
ready for our Division I drive in the Market Goat Show. First place from Class 1 went to Reed Decker of Tom Green County 4A. Our second place goat out of that class went to Alyssa Cowan of Ira FFA. First place out of Class 2 went to Rachel White, Johnson County 4A. And second place went to Lanham Milliken, Dimmitt FFA. First place from Class 3 went to Courtney Thurman, Brazos County 4A. And second went to Trevor Gibbs, Runnels County 4A. Congratulations to all exhibitors. Folks, let's give them a hand.
Well, we had to make a little mic switch here, but I think it was a good move because we certainly got some things to discuss in this class. An awfully stout set of fine wolves, 81 entries in this class, and we sent some sheep out the gate that I thought were awfully good, and those exhibitors should be very proud to have made the pool in this particular class, and especially those that made the top 10 here. We've got a really great set of sheep here on the top end. I think certainly there's some sort, there's some give and take. Depending on where you want to place your priorities, I think you could move a couple around and certainly use the ones that suit you best. For me, the two sheep that stand at the top really pattern up very similar in their kind, just in terms of how they hit you from the side. They're two moderately sized sheep that are really round bodies, really have a lot of quality about them. There's some subtle differences between the pair, and we'll discuss those. I think the sheep that begins, his key advantages is just in terms of natural muscle shape. When you put your hands on that sheep, he's distinctly more expressive and firmer in terms of his rack shape. He's bigger and squarer in his loin edge. Step in behind the pair, he's the bigger pin sheep. And when you get in front of him and study how they're built in terms of the rib cage, I think he's got more natural curvature to his forerib, certainly more opened up in the center portion of his body. An awfully good sheep in those regards. Maybe he's not quite as stout structured as the sheep in second. We could make him a notch taller front and stretch him out just a little bit, but certainly an awfully good one to win this class. The one in second is tremendously fundamentally correct. Watch that sheep walk in the ring. He's sound, he's square, he's correct in terms of his proportionality from the side. I think when you start studying him, and just in terms of natural stoutness, he's not quite as opened up underneath. Just a shade plainer in terms of his body shape. Doesn't handle with quite the natural dimension down his top or study with that shape out of his hip that the sheep stands ahead of him. Love his balance, love his proportionality, just gets outpowered a shade in this pair. The sheep in third, but probably the best market lamb in terms of honestness of composition, shape down his top, expression from behind. Tremendously powerful sheep. I just wish you put it together more attractive from the side. When you read that sheep through the front third of his body, he wants to get an inch longer in his blade, a bit more open at the base of his shoulder and prominent at the front side of his chest, just like to balance him up in terms of his proportionality from the side. The sheep there in fourth gave a young lady just a bit of trouble showing out here today, but when she's got him stuck like that, he's awfully good. That's a sheep that's honest in his touch. He's got shape up high. Really appreciate how tall fronted he is and extended from the side. That sheep also does want to read much longer in terms of his blade. I'd like to see him a bit stronger in his top line when he steps in motion. Drop his twist and give him a shade more length across the plane of his stifle. I certainly think that would benefit his proportionality from the side. Like the sheep that rounds out the top five really well. That's a stout featured, long-bodied one. It's fresh, and the young man does a good job getting it shown. For me, that sheep does want to get a bit flatter in terms of his body shape. He's more prominent, he's shine, and gets a bit easy behind the backside of it as well. Watch him traveling away, and he does want to turn in at that hop. Just like to square him up, give him a notch more round look to his center body. An awfully good sheep in terms of freshness and presentation. Young man did a great job getting that one shown. A stout set of sheep. Let's reward these kids with a round of applause.
We need our Class 4 even numbered goats to check in and staging. Class 4 even.
Here in Division One, very excited about what we have to look at and what we have to talk about. This is really the first time that I, as a judge, have a little time to reflect on what I did, what happened, and how classes fit together. And what's interesting is, if someone were to ask me, what did I think of Division One, and my response would be, for me personally, I thought the top end fell together very well. The class-winning top end, first, second, third place goats, I could identify with. Where I guess I took a little time mentally was going ahead 4 through 14. I guess you could say there's a lot of quality pieces that fit together. Our class winners that we have out here, I don't like to rehash every class winner. I've talked to them individually, but I want to let you know what are the things or regions of concern that I'm wrestling with. Our lightweight goats, you can't make one neater neck, shouldered, and progressively widen and wedge in the right direction than what he does out here. When he's in motion, he'll get his rear feet just a nickel outside of his skeleton, but I think that goat is really interesting in his proportionality, really a quality individual. My favorite goat in terms of the front view, and I put a lot of faith in Market Livestock coming at me, my favorite goat coming at me is the one that wins Class 2. That is an impressively thin neck, big chest, big forearm, and an amazing body shape. I think this goat handles his hind leg very well in motion. He might not have the depth to his twist that the goat that wins Class 2 or Class 1 does, but that thing is a powerful, powerful creature for a lightweight Market Livestock. Our third goat that wins a Class 3, a really good pair of goats at that particular juncture. Love his body shape, love his width. Of 3 lightweight market animals that we have out here, he's probably ties his neck the thickest into the top of front side of his shoulder of any of them. And then you study bone and foot relative to body mass. I don't know if he's quite as far out there. Tremendous proportionality, tremendous balance. Look at the silhouette of our second place goats. I think they're tremendous. They don't have quite as much beef, quite as much horsepower as what our class winners do. So with that stated, I don't think there's a clear-cut lightweight winner. I think there's 6 excellent goats out here that are very capably driven by the young people. Let's congratulate them on their efforts at St. Angelo, and I'll finish your division.
Our Division 1 champion goes to Rachel White, Johnson County 4A. Congratulations. even numbered Class 4 finals in checking and staging, even numbered Class 4.
We're bringing our second place up, and what's so interesting, in my opinion at least, when I bring the second place goat up, he is probably most like our champion within this division in terms of foot size, feature, and density. And then you handle the three goats again, tremendous in terms of his body shape. Took me a little while to get over being just a nickel parrot mouth within class, but hey, that's a long ways from the edible product that you will consume. I love all three goats in this particular lineup a good deal. Who's most like my champion and who's my second favorite? Young man that's second to the champion will be reserved lightweight division.
Division 1 goes to Lanham Milliken, Dimmitt, FFA. We can get a parent for both the division and reserve division champions to the show ring, please. Results from Class 3 finals. 10th place went to Reese Richardson of Nueces County. Breeder was Long Clublands of Sterling City. 9th was Storm Skelton of Runnels County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 8th, we have Peyton Crenwelke, Kerr County. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas of Cristobal. 7th, Jake Bruska, Reagan County. Breeder was Fred Chandler of Ozona. 6th went to Brinley Hogg of Lubbock County. Breeder was Forwood Showlands of Sterling City. And 5th, we have Raider McFall, Reagan County. Breeder was Long Clublands of Sterling City. 4th went to Ella Process Ray of Tom Green County. Breeder was Truby Livestock of Wall. 3rd, we have Rhett Dickinson of Sterling County. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas of Cristobal. In 2nd, we have Brooke Nervick, Nolan County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. And our class winner went to Reagan Smithwick of Runnels County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. Congratulations. Results from Class 3 Market Goat. 10th was Wesley Stevens of El Dorado FFA. 9th was Ritzy Milliken of Dimmitt FFA. 8th, we have Riley Shea McKinney of Lone FFA. 7th was Bryce Hamlin, Howard County 4A. 6th went to Alex Smith, Hemphill County 4A. 5th, Justin Spinrad, Kendall County 4A. And 4th, we have Carly Jo Funk of Hayes County 4A. 3rd went to Brooke Yonka of Goliad County 4A. 2nd was Trevor Gibbs, Runnels County 4A. And our class winner was Courtney Thurman of Brazos County 4A. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. We want to recognize the Texas Lamb Breeders Association. They're proud to be a part of the Market Lamb Show here at the San Angelo Livestock Show and Rodeo. This year, the TLBA will be giving a total of $89,000 to the Market Lamb Show. In addition, all breed champion and reserve breed champion Market Lambs will receive $1,500 scholarships and $1,000 scholarships respectively, thanks to the following individuals and businesses. Dan Crenwelke for the Fine Wolves, Dale Crenwelke for the Fine Wolves, Chad Walker for the Fine Wolf Crosses, Johnson Funeral Home for the Medium Wolves, Tom Humphrey for the South Downs, and Nutrition by Design and Stock Show Secrets for the Dorfers. A total amount of $116,600 will be given by the Texas Lamb Breeders Association at all of the Texas major market lamb shows this winter in the form of premiums and scholarships. Texas Lamb Breeders Association is committed to supporting the youth of Texas involved in key projects. If you want more information on the Texas Lamb Breeders Association, you can visit their website at www.texaslambreeders.com. Thank you for your support.
Are you still 480?
Yep. Well, just adopted.
How are the numbers in the difference?
They're good. They for the past 3 or 4 years, they've been on a, not a huge, but a steady increase.
Hi, Dale. I found Jim Thomas over here, and I put down by there. Oh, there you go. Here was pretty good.
Thank you to these lamb exhibitors.
Are you the wheel here? Wheel.
Mutton busting rings, lamb rings, probably something else. Take it up trash.
I don't know. What do you need?
Congratulations. Thank you, exhibitors. We need Madison Barbie and Texas Smith to the staging area.
That's an old man bus. I knew they were doing like a smaller run yet.
some premium sale information for you. The premium sale will be on Saturday, February 16th at 2 p.m. Exhibitors will need to report for a meeting at 1 p.m. here at the show arena for your lot numbers. Add-ons are welcome. You need to see the show office for more information on that. Really want to emphasize, first and second place only will come to the sale. So if you're a first or second place, you will come to the sale. Third and fourth place do not need to come to the sale. Third and fourth places will be listed in the sale order, but do not come back for the sale, but you are eligible for add-ons. Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. On the lamb side, our first through fourth place animals do make the sale, but again, first and second all that will show up for the sale. Fifth through ninth place will receive $1,000, sponsored by the TLBA, to the fine wool crosses, South Downs, and medium wool. 10th place will receive $1,000 by the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo Association for fine wool crosses, South Downs, and medium wool. For Dorfers, the first and second place will make the sale. Third through fifth will receive $1,000, sponsored by TLBA. Fifth place will receive $1,000, sponsored by the San Angelo Stock Show. TLBA donates $89,000 in class money for the Market Lamb Show. Sponsors for the Market Lamb scholarships total $12,500. Broken down, $1,500 for free champions and $1,000 for reserves. Additional funds to the premium sale to help raise floor price on lambs as well. Give these goat exhibitors a hand. From the TLBA, total contributions for 2019 are $124,000. Since their beginning of support in 2009, the total has been $723,175, and we really appreciate that. 10 is staging. If you've got a Class 5 odd, please make your way to staging. Thank you, lamb exhibitors as they link.
Well, I think they get money down here. Right at 90,000. That's the only way we can keep our place, and then we're just gonna sell free. So there's a lot of
We need Kinsey Key, Harper FFA. Marty Lumpkin, Harper FFA. Christian Schwartz, Tom Green County 4A. Need y'all to check in at the staging. Thank you. We need our first and second place fine wolves from the first three classes to the staging as we prepare for the fine wool drive. We are wrapping up the fourth class, so our first and second place fine wolves, please come to staging.
There's a lot going through my mind on the goat side of the ring, and to be honest with you, some of it is I got a flight today at 4:15. I thought I needed to get back and try to teach school tomorrow, and I've already come to the conclusion I'm not going to worry about a flight tonight. I'm going to try to worry about making sure the goats are aligned the way I want them, because these young people and families and breeders have worked very hard, to get these goats to this level. From an animal breeder standpoint, I love to think about sire selection. I love touring livestock production entities and looking at the female side. One thing I need to compliment all goat breeders, I cannot believe how thin-hided, how tight-hided, and how absolutely touch and tone these goats have. And I don't want to say they handle like sheep, because they're goats. They handle like really, really good goats. And I cannot say enough in terms of the value and quality as breeders that you folks are focusing on this touch, on this tone, and really having athletes in motion. My two favorite built ones are 1 and 2, the muscle goats in 3. Guess what? 1 and 2 got plenty of muscle. When they get in motion, the goat that I think is just an absolute dream to watch in motion is the goat that starts our drive. He is really captivating on the stand. He's captivating in motion, and as we look at his angles, he's right there everywhere. He's right on the edge everywhere, still very, very acceptable everywhere, and that makes him, for me personally, the hardest, most rare commodity to breed, to find, to keep. I think touch and tone's great, symmetry's great, tremendous body wall shape, and really lean, really good cutability. Can't say enough about that one to start. The 1 in 2's got feet like a baby elephant. Love the bone, love the foot. If we're going to make them big and pretty, it's easy to make them big and pretty. If we're going to make them frail, this guy's got tremendous foot quality and power. I loved him initially. The longer he's out here, he'll tend to separate and open up at the top of his shoulder, then deviate just a shade behind there. I like this goat better in motion than I do on the stand. Tremendous structure, tremendous build. Love the goat in 3rd. This young man's got a meat wagon from one end of his skeleton to the other. As we push the envelope and animal protein and packing that on his skeleton, his hock design hasn't held with him as good. He's a little bow-legged when he goes away. To me, he's a little more refined at the ground than either 1 or 2. As a result, he settles in 3. This one in 4 doesn't have enough rib cage, but I'm here to tell you, this thing has got a paper-thin hide and an absolute dream to touch down his top line. I don't think there's enough horsepower there, but what there is really, really good. We've got the horsepower in 5. He's a little vertical in his blade, a little rounder in his pattern, but this guy's opened up and really good. A little full to me on his left side today. I think it distorts his balance when you approach him from a rear view in terms of that consistency of shape. Big pretty goat that rounds out our top 6. Just of the top 6 is the flattest and the biggest goat out here in terms of refinement. Want to just moderate, tone him down a little in frame so he can have a little bit extra feature to balance out here. Tremendous set, good goats over here. Can't say enough about the quality and depth. My compliments. Let's put our hands together for all the exhibitors in this drive.
Checking in and staging, class 5 even.
Well, what an outstanding way to wrap up our heavyweight fine wool class. A tremendous group of sheep. Once again, we sent some out the gate that I thought were awfully good. We've got a stout set of 10 here. And we sort toward these top 4 or 5. I think they're awfully good. With that being said, though, there's still one that comes to the top very easily in my mind. A sheep that's awfully good. Just park him on the side. You'll see that one's got quality. He's tall fronted, he's composed in his top line. He features an attractive hip and hind leg. And still stepping behind the sheep, and he's one that reads round body. He's distinctly bigger pinned and has more shape through his stifle and lower leg when we directly compare him to the sheep that stands behind him. An awfully good sheep for that weight in terms of composition and touch. I've always wanted a sheep in these heavyweight classes that I think still leads with some cutability and some lateness in his maturity pattern, and this one definitely does that. Oh, if we could change it just a bit, he might want to be just a nickel longer displayed, but for a fine wool sheep, I think that's more than acceptable. Primarily, I'd like to just clean his leg wool up just a little bit. Maybe if they've got a few minutes here before the champion drives, they could just get that presented a notch better. The sheep that stands in second, one that's a fresh, well-presented show sheep. I love that one, and in terms of his usefulness for a heavyweight fine wool, he's actually probably a bit more tucked up in his chest relative to the sheep that stands ahead of him. He's got a great touch in terms of composition and freshness. A level design sheep that features an attractive hind leg from the side as well. Not as much genuine dimension in that sheep. Handling down the top, studying him out of his hip and through the base of his leg. He's given up a bit relative to the sheep that stands ahead of him, but love his quality, the sheep that stands in second. Really probably the best handling, best sheep in terms of where he's at, on point and freshness and presentation is third. Love his body shape, love his dimension up high. He's got a stand-up rack, a square loin edge. He's big handed shapely from behind. For me, he's just a shade quicker in terms of his maturity pattern. Like to stretch him out. He does want to read just a nickel round or off the beater end. From a structural standpoint, he needs to be a notch more correct in the way he handles his hip and hind leg on the go. Wants to get just a bit more timid in the way he travels ringside. Sheep that stands in fourth, though, really like that one from the side. Long body, level design. I think of everything in the class. He's got as nice of a hip and hind leg posture as any. Really appreciate the job the young man does getting this one presented. When you study him relative to the sheep that stands just ahead, he's not as opened up in terms of his body. He's not as fresh and square in his loin edge. just giving up a bit through the center portion of his body, like to stouten him up in that regard. The sheep that rounds out the top 5, that's a big scaled, extended, late maturing sheep that's got plenty of natural muscles and cutability. For me, he just kind of comes in several pieces when we set him in motion and park him on the side. Wants to read just a nickel longer in terms of his blade. He's so long body that maybe detracts from his looks from the side because he doesn't want to get just a bit off in his top line and work up in his flank. He can square him up just a nickel from behind. But like a sheep of that size, it still has a good touch in terms of composition. A great set of sheep. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
All of our first and second place fine wolves should be at the staging. We'd also ask Mr. Dale Krenwoge to please come to the arena as we get ready for our fine wolf drive.
Y'all gonna be able to do Coliseum over here? What? I just been hearing y'all gonna be able to do Coliseum. How much is that? I don't see anything wrong with this over here. Been here all my life. Long time ago. I'm 60, nearly 61.
Right on profile.
Oh, not because they got that same box as the other guys up there. Have y'all still got the box? Yeah. Well, I noticed y'all wasn't at the rodeo last year. No, that was like that. They may not have it.
Just go to exhibitors the hand as they leave the ring. I think we're ready for our fine wolf drive. Coming out of Class 1, our first place exhibitor was Rayer McFall of Reagan County 4A.
Well, yours better show me.
Second from that class went to Cynthia Parker of Lampasas County 4A. First place from Class 2 was Sloan Stoltz of Mason FFA. First place from Class 3 went to Reagan Smithwick of Reynolds County 4A. And first place from Class 4 went to Colby Allensworth of Rudder FFA. As I said, second from Class 1 went to Cynthia Parker of Lampasas County 4A. Second from Class 2 went to Brantley Hoover of Midland County 4A. Second from Class 3 was Lila Brooke Nervick of Highland FFA. And second from Class 4 was Sloan Stoltz of Mason FFA. Folks, let's give these lamb exhibitors a big hand. Cooper Mateo from Jim Ned FFA to the staging on the goats. Once again, our breed champion will receive $1,500 scholarship, and reserve will receive a $1,000 scholarship from the TLBA. Donor was the Dale Trinwelby family. All of the final lambs that are in this ring will need to go straight to the drug testing area after this drive. We'll need a parent to go over there as well. Just a reminder, we will be breaking for lunch after the final drive and after the completion of the Class 5 market goat.
Well, a really tough fine wool show today. I've certainly enjoyed sorting through these sheep. We had an outstanding set from top to bottom. I'm proud of each and every one of the exhibitors that made it through. Let's give them all a big round of applause. You know, I think it's pretty special right here in West Texas, in the heart of fine wool country, getting to sort a show of this caliber and seeing this kind of fine wool sheep out here. I think that's pretty special for what we do in Texas, and especially here at this San Angelo Livestock Show. Something that I enjoy a great deal. I showed a bunch of these sheep growing up, and certainly it's a bit nostalgic to me to get to look at the awesome fine wool sheep, and I find a great deal of joy in that. Certainly a nice set out here. We'll go back and briefly talk about each one of our winners in a second and how they fit relative to the drive we have before us. Our Class 1 winner, that's a nice sheep in terms of building from the ground up. He's south-featured, he's square underneath. Like that sheep when he goes away, he's fresh to the touch. We could change just a few things about his design, tuck his chest, round his body, maybe see him come together to stay stronger behind the back of his place. A really nice balanced sheep that stood behind him, just got a bit out power of that class. Love Class 2 in terms of that sheep's genuineness. You read him underneath in this lineup. I think he's tremendously opened up underneath. He's round in the curvature of his rib cage, and that sets the foundation for the genuine amount of mass over his rack. He's still square pinned. He's true when he goes away. Love that sheep in that regard as well. A sheep that certainly we could fresh him up just a shade in terms of his loin edge, but an awfully nice sheep out here. Really like a lot of things about that one. Sheep that stood behind him in second, one that I really appreciate from the side. He's long body, level design, got a nice hip and hind leg. Not quite as stout as opened up as the one that beat him in that class. Class 3, that one's on point in terms of freshness and presentation. Love how that sheep touches. Love his dimension down the top side of his body. A big square loin edge in that sheep. Plenty of dimension from behind. He's maybe just a shade more conventional when it looks from the side. Not quite as extended as a few of the other sheep out here up off the ground. We can see just a bit more freedom in that hind leg structure on the go. Stouting him at the ground just a bit as well. Another really fundamentally correct sheep behind him. He's sound and balanced, proportional in his look. Just not quite as much genuine shape as the one that beat him in that class. And then our heavyweight winner, a sheep that you really like ringside. He's tall fronted, he's composed in his top line. He puts down an outstanding hip and hind leg. Sheep that's still got a tremendous amount of dimension when you study this from behind. For me, that sheep maybe could be just a shade fresher in terms of his loin edge, but an awfully good sheep to win that class. Sheep that stood behind him in second, a high quality, well presented sheep. He just got a bit out power in that group. I think it's an awfully tough decision out here. You could really side with several sheep in this lineup. Each one of them has advantages and certainly things you love about them. And every one of them maybe has just a thing or two you might want to change about them. When I start putting all these pieces together for fine wool sheep, the things I'm looking for, they really set them apart in the breed in my mind. The curvature to the body, the stoutness of the pinset, how they put their hind leg down from behind. I think there's one sheep out here that does that very well. It's a close decision in my mind. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion fine wool exhibitor. Again, let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Our champion fine wool exhibitor goes to Colby Allensworth of Rudder FFA. We need a parent to the ring. Reserve went to Sloan Stoltz of Mason FFA. In addition to the $1,500 scholarship for the champion fine wool, they're going to receive a beautiful trophy buckle donated in memory of fine wool breeders Buell and Doris Clark. This buckle was donated from the Thomas family, Richard Cordes family, Kyle Smithwick family, and Coles Diamonds of here in San Angelo. Mr. Richard Cordes is presenting the trophy buckle. Once again, we're going to take a lunch break. Fine wools have been completed. Take about a 30 to 40-minute lunch break. Results from the Class 4 fine wools. 10th place went to Gentry Phillips of Kendall County. Breeder was Long Club Lambs of Sterling City. 9th went to Quade Sullivan of Kimball County. Breeder was Long Club Lambs of Sterling City. 8th place went to Trey Bates III of Real County. Breeder was Hyde Club Lambs of Rock Springs. 7th was Steely Thomas of Tom Green County. Breeder was Thomas Livestock of San Angelo. 6th went to Carter Morris of Bell County. Breeder is Pat Jackson of Cristobal. 5th, Rhett Dickinson of Sterling County. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas of Cristobal. 4th went to Tristan Hines of Sterling County. Breeder is Forward Solans of Sterling City. 3rd place was Reagan breeder of Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. Second was Sloan Stoltz of Mason County, breeder of Stoltz Show Lambs of Menard. And our first place class winner was Colby Allensworth of Brazos County, breeder of Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. Results from Class 4 Market Goats. 10th place went to Kennedy Easter of Joshua FFA. 9th was Ritzy Milliken of Dimmitt FFA. 8th is Mackenzie Evans of Burnett FFA. 7th went to Jace Wilkie of Cristobal FFA. 6th was Emma Latham of Dallin Hartley County 4-H. 5th went to Corey Humphrey of George West FFA. 4th was Lauren Calloway of Scurry County 4-H. 3rd went to Cody Sells of Williamson County 4-H. 2nd was Laramie Nelson of Brown County 4-H. And our class winner was Carrie Humphrey of George West FFA. Congratulations to these GOAT exhibitors. If somebody is missing their hotel room card from the Marriott, we found one over here and close to the bleachers on the west side of the barn by the showroom. So we've got it up here. Just a reminder, after this class of goats is completed, the goat side will take about a 30-minute lunch break as well.
They know you're harmless like me. Really good.
I thought, excuse me, I thought this class was difficult. Didn't keep many in the first round, kept probably a few too many in the second round, and I appreciate the patience because there wasn't maybe just the Holy Grail that logically fit together, but yet as we get them out here, I think really, really impressed. And what's amazing to me is that just the loin span and the shape to these goats out of their shoulder and their rack is really, really powerful. In my opinion, you look at the top three, I like our class winner. This one hit me hard when it come through the gate because I think this one takes the qualities of the goats in 2 and 3 and puts them in the most attractive, most totals package. I think the 1 and 2 goats are really athletic, really good built, really big footed, and I love their silhouette and symmetry. Why does 1 beat 2? When you get in behind them, they're just more horsepower in terms of hip and stifle in our class-winning goat than what is in second. The goat in second, I love the shape and I love the design, and I'm sure I've got a lot of issues from an evaluator standpoint, but what's so challenging for me is I will sometimes give up that twist and leg muscle to get the extras from a profile, and I think that's what the second place goat represents out here. Tremendous retail value down his top line. Big feet, big form, cool looking. He needs more pin set. He needs more depth to his twist. And if we could open his lower skeleton up just a shade, I think the top pair gets really, really good. The thick, really muscular goat comes in 3. And I love the volume, I love the mass, and I love the body design. But we talk about proportionality of foot and bone matching bulk. I don't think the carpet matches the drapes as well here. He's a little refined in terms of his foot size relative to his bulk. Then he's a little soft in his rear pastern, a little odd in his hock design relative to a top pair of goats that I thought had more feature, had more touch and tone and cutability, a close decision. Those 3 are all very, very good. Love the handling, love the length of neck and the extension of the goat in 4th. The problem is for his extensions, he's a little faded as we study him in his hip. He's a little shallow and cut up in his twist, but really, once again, a great touching goat. Tremendous length of neck, and his neck comes right out of the top of his shoulder. I just want to wrap with more leg muscle when you get in behind him. Of the initial 5 goats, the goat in 5th is the most vertical in his blade and straightest in his knee. I like this goat's feature. I like his stoutness. Good touching goat. The problem is you go from his shoulder to his hip. He doesn't have quite the horsepower that those above him do. We make the transition over here. I really, first goat in the ring, I didn't keep him initially. I love this goat in terms of his muscle and touch. You step away, he's a little tubular in his body design. I want to drop his flank, open his lower rib up. Got a really good handling goat. This one I did want to comment. I love so many things about him. His greatest undoing is when I walk him, he's the poorest in his height and leg design of the initial 7. Big pretty one, runs out of horsepower and muscle, and then from there we've got a great set of goats that are just a little off in their touch, maybe a little off in their balance. Great class. Let's put our hands together. Once again, young people doing a tremendous job out here.
Attention in the barn. Be your first call for Class 1 fine wool crosses. Goats, you've got a little bit more time, but y'all be thinking about it as well.
Smooth up here? Smooth? A well-oiled machine. So just as a reminder, on our first class of fine wool crosses, it'll be the entire class. But then after that, we'll go odds and evens. But the first class, which on the total list is class 7, that will be the entire class of fine wool crosses. I'm about to make the official first call, and I'm going to say in the next 10 minutes. So again, our first class of fine wool crosses can check in at the staging. So our class 6 odd numbered goats can start making their way as well.
Results from that 5th class of market goats we want to recognize. We had in 10th place Lauren Calloway of Scurry County 4-H. 9th went to Sterling Schwartz of Blacktop County 4-H. 8th was Dawson Killens, Crandall FFA. 7th was Blake Meyer of Schulenburg FFA. 6th was Carson Goetz of Golston FFA. 5th was Marty Lumpkins of Harper FFA. 4th went to Harley Milliken of Dimmitt FFA. 3rd was Jacob Bagby, Stephenville FFA. 2nd went to Peyton Crenwell of Kerr County 4-H. And our class winner was Sarah Struby of Andrews County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. We need Abigail Bible, Santa Fe FFA, to the staging on the land side. Brittany Clay, Clay County 4A, please check in. Once again, our odd numbered Class 6 goats. Class 6, odd numbered goats should check in at the staging. Class 6 odd. This will be a first call for your Class 8 prime wheel crosses, odd numbers. Odd number Class 8 prime wheel crosses.
hard to really tell what the focus. So that tells me whatever's the sharpest point. And for some reason it was off right now. Seeing isn't gonna help her.
Brandon Woodrick of Shallow Water FFA. Warren Fischler, Jones County. And Addison Dupree, Tom Green. We need y'all at the station. Thank you to the lamb exhibitors as they exit the ring. numbered goats can check in at staging, class 6 even. Just a reminder that in addition to the first and second place animals needing to be tested for this class 6 market goat, the 5th place animal will need to be tested. Still need a few exhibitors to check in for the odd numbered class 8 fine wool crosses. This is the second class of fine wool, odd numbers. go to exhibitors. Michaela Wise, Coleman County 4A. Jordan Roberts, Martin County 4A. Delilah Denton, Sterling County 4A. And Crystal Davis, Ward County 4A. We need you to check in at staging.
Is this still the first class or something?
Ashton Warren, Brackettville FFA. Need you at the go check-in. And Kay Lindley, Brown County.
By rain.
Frank doesn't need one.
By rain.
Frank doesn't need one. This is really good faith place.
She's nowhere to be found.
Well, a really nice way to start the Fine Wool Cross Show today. We got a sheep that comes to the top pretty handily in my mind. When we start thinking about the top five, each one of them brings something nice to the class. They've all got some interesting pieces. But parts for parts, the sheep I start with is without question the most fundamentally correct. Studying from the ground up, he's built with natural width, he's square on his feet and legs, he's flexible on the go. Breeding from the side, he's without a question the most proportionally balanced. I love how he's composed in his top line and features an attractive hip and hind leg posture from the side. And still relative to this group, he's one that's got plenty of muscle dimension. Comparing him to the sheep that stands in second, he's significantly bigger in the upper portion of his hip. He's bigger pinned and he features more dimension through his stifle and lower leg. Maybe we could freshen him up just a shade over his rat, maybe make him just a bit more expressive right there. But that's being pretty critical of an awfully nice sheep. I think really the outlier in the class stands in second. I guess for me, you've got to make a call, is he big enough? He looks like he's given up a fair amount of weight in this class. I asked the young man what he weighed, and it looks like he's probably about 10 pounds at least under some of the other sheep. But fundamentally, that sheep's really good in his skeleton. He's sound underneath, he's balanced from the side. Love the way his shoulder blends onto a round rib cage, and that sets the foundation for a tremendous amount of expressive shape behind the backside of his blade. That's a distinct advantage over the sheep that starts in the class. But for me, he's giving up some total dimension. He's not as scowled out of his hip, not as much stifle in lower leg. A really nice sheep, one that's awfully unique, just giving up a bit compared to the sheep that starts today. A tremendous carcass sheep in third. That's a productive market lamb. One that's right in his growth curve. He's honest in his composition. He's got muscle shape. Certainly a good sheep in those regards. He doesn't balance quite as appropriately as the two that stand ahead. Wants to read just a shade longer in his blade and more open at the base of his shoulder. It's just a nickel rounder off of either end. Maybe we could round him in his body and flex that hind leg a bit more comfortable. A very powerful sheep in fourth, another good carcass sheep. That one's expressive down his top. He's big in and he's got a lot of shape. He's a stout featured sheep as well. For me, he wants to get a bit shorter out of his hip. He's not as comfortable in the way he handles his hind leg in motion. He too wants to open up in that shoulder and study a bit more prominent at the front side of his chest. Love the fundamentals of muscle shape and being a good carcass sheep, just giving up a bit of look. A really nice balanced sheep in fifth here, one that's tall front and smooth shoulder, deep long body and level to his dot. For me, that sheep needs to be more rugged in his foundation. I like to open him up, bend his body, and give him more natural dimension from behind. A good set of sheep. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
Our odd-numbered Class 7 goats can check in. Odd-numbered Class 7. Results from our first class of Fine Wool crosses. 10th place went to Whitney Faith of Gillespie County. Breeder was Lyle Faith of Harper. 9th was Jake Bruska of Reagan County. Breeder was Ryan Bean of Ozona. 8th place went to Lexi Killam of Tom Green County. Breeder was Scrooby Livestock of Wall. 7th, we had Hadley Stoltz of Tom Green County. Breeder was Renfro Clublands of Ozona. 6th Preston Isom of Lampasas County, breeder of Struby Livestock of Wall. Fifth, we have Steele Skelton of Runnels County, breeder of Smithwick Clublands of Miles. Fourth place went to Leanne Parker of Lampasas County, breeder of Struby Livestock of Wall. In third, we have Storm Skelton, Runnels County, breeder of Smithwick Clublands of Miles. Second went to Garrett Knight of Coke County, breeder of Struby Livestock of Wall. And our class winner went to Ashton Cooley of Taylor County, breeder of Newsom Livestock of Olton. Congratulations to these lamb exhibitors. Again, our odd-numbered Class 7 goats can check in at staging. And our even-numbered Class 8 fine wool crosses can check in at staging as well. Even-numbered Class 8 fine wool crosses.
We had a really, really great lunch, and what's interesting, it's Super Bowl Sunday, and everybody's got things that they want to do, but I'd be hard-pressed to believe the game tonight will be any better than the GOAT show on this side of the ring today. Not saying that I will do it right, but I tell you what, the quality that has been in the ring to this point today, and some of these things right here are absolutely heaters. And we're going to redrive these top 15 or 16. As we look at the silhouette and the pattern of the goats, we're going to ask to excuse. We got some real good handling goats that maybe don't balance up from a profile quite as well in terms of their lines and feature. Got a couple of softer made goats that just don't have the touch and tone, but they're good built. This is a real nice made one, just not enough muscle when you get on top of him to function at this level. Got a thick made one here that's a little rounder and coarser. I like that when you're bracing this goat's good, when he gets in motion, he's a little too unhinged out of the back of his shoulder to run at this level for me personally. I ask you put your hands together for every young person that's along the ringside here. We're going to excuse them from the ring and redrive our top 16.
Haley Kaufman.
I'm sure as goat breeders and goat enthusiasts, you could have a tight conference discussion out here in terms of where you want to be as an industry. I think it's very, very close, and I'm very sincere when I said, you know, yes, it's Super Bowl Sunday, but this captures my interest far more than any sporting event that could be held this evening. Absolutely tremendous elite quality. I can't say enough about how unique of livestock and how unique a market creatures that we're having the ability to evaluate out here. I think 2 and 3 are close, and I don't like to use the word complete because complete and common both start with the C. What's interesting is you look at these top 3, what is our class winner? Our class winner is the most unique blend of the goats in 2 and 3. I think 1 and 2 are the sound built athletes when they get in motion. I mean, they can flat pick them up and set them down as good as any. Why does 1 beat 2 when you get right in behind them? 2 fits inside of 1 in terms of natural width of skeleton, particularly out of their hip and their pin set. I think the class-winning goats got big feet, runs straight uphill, got a elevated, tucked-up chest plate, the neck, the length of body. And I'm not going to say he's short-bodied and compliment that. I'm going to say he's proportional at his particular weight. Everything fits together, and that thing is 8 foot wide and has a body shape any market livestock needs. Love the goat in second in motion. I think his hind leg quality is tremendous. His pasterns, his feet, his slope to his shoulder is really good. You get your hands on this goat, and he is deceivingly wide, really, really big in his loin. When I have the exhibitors take their knee out of him, he's the lightest in terms of his pin set and shape to his leg of the initial 3. As a result, I thought build is so hard to find like that. I went ahead and kept him in second. A little thicker at the base of his neck than our class winner, a little shallower in his leg. The unique breeding piece, the show pony of the 3, probably comes in third. And I mean, this guy is cool looking. Looks like he's going to go to a companion animal show. He is cute. He is great shaped. He prances around. My greatest concern about him is angles. He's the straightest in his knee and shoulder. He's the shortest in his hip. And when this goat gets in motion, he's the quickest in his step. Would I show animals like that all day long for my children? 100% yes. This is an incredible creature out here. I didn't think he was big and as genuinely built as what our 1 and 2 is. As a result, he settles a close third. The young man here, front 2/3 of the goat in 4, absolutely love. Big back, great shape, powerful forearm. This goat fades too much from here to here. In that particular region, in this level, it's going to get him hustled. From there forward, he can run with them all day long. Probably the loosest structured, almost to his undoing, comes in 5. This guy got a little plainer in his shoulder and breastplate, got a little softer in his pastern, but extra good, extra wide. Love the shape, love the handling quality. This thing, you can't get any more touch tone, and you can't get any thinner hide. This guy's body shape right behind his shoulders, not as good. He's the most refined at the ground of those initial 6 or 5, whatever we got over here. That is some absolute heat. Front 2/3 are cool, a little twisted out up front, a little peaked in terms of his pin set, but love that one. That one doesn't have enough muscle, but I mean, is a dream in terms of poetry and motion. Then we get into some plainer featured goats. They're either really wide and a little compact, or they're really big and pretty and need a little more skeletal width. Absolutely tremendous, top to bottom in this class. My sincere compliments.
Class 7 even numbers can make their way to the staging. Class 7 even. results from Class 6 Market Goats. 10th place went to Carson Smith of Kemp Hill County 4A. 9th, we had Dash Denton of Burnett FFA. 8th place went to Abby Burkham, Randall County 4A. 7th, Kendall Carpenter, Princeton FFA. 6th, Hadley Stoltz, Tom Green County 4A. 5th, Caitlin McMahon, Northwest FFA. 4th place went to Jace Wilkie, Cristobal FFA. 3rd, we had Kerry Humphrey, George West FFA. 2nd was Jalen Smith, Eastland FFA. And our class winner was Dakota Martin, Mason County 4A. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Our first and second place winners from classes 4, 5, and 6 of Market Goats. Be thinking about it for the Division II drive. Following this class 7, we will begin that drive. So first and second place from 4, 5, and 6.
Sunday, I don't know that
goat exhibitors.
Jack Drop? Start going like this. I mean, call the shot. Started blocking his last
We need Avery Denton, Deb Smith County 4A. Cody Loving, Ira FFA. Please check in his staging.
I already had that figured out.
His daddy's not very tall. His mother must be tall. I don't know if he does or not. He was training judging team still up there a few years ago. I don't know if he's retired or not. I'm guessing he's mid-70s, late 70s. Black Hawk East in Iowa. Little community college, junior college.
Kaylee Good, King County 4A.
Yeah.
second place from 4, 5, and 6.
No, I'm good. Thank you. No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Once again, a competitive set of sheep in our second class of crosses. Certainly some nice ones out here that have some really interesting pieces. Maybe not one that puts everything together that I'm after, but collectively I think the two sheep that stand at the top end of the class have the most unique pieces about them. They're phenomenal in terms of presentation and touch. I think they have some differences, and we'll certainly discuss those. Neither one of them is perfect structurally. There's a thing or two I change about both of them. But what I see in the young man's whether it begins, when you read the pair coming and going, he's without a question the wider skeleton sheep. He's distinctly more opened up in terms of his body shape. He's got a lot more natural curvature to the upper portion of his rib cage, and accordingly he's got a definite advantage in terms of mass over his rack. He progresses back into the bigger, fuller loin edge, and from behind the sheep he's without a question bigger pinned and more safely through his stifle and the base of his leg. I still think he's a proportional sheep from the side, although I would see him just a bit neater in his shoulder. He gets just a bit off in his hip and holds his hind leg up under him a shade more than I'd like when he's setting in motion, but I still think he's a functional sheep. Love his body shape, love his touch, love the dimension he features from end to end. A really nice sheep to begin. A really good pattern sheep to stand in second that's very well presented. He's probably a shade neater in terms of his shoulder. He's a long body, level design sheep that's really got an honest, fresh touch when you put your hands on him. Certainly a sheep that I can appreciate for how he's presented today. When I watch him come and go, he wants to narrow up at the ground, read a bit flatter in terms of his full rib shape. Talking from a structural standpoint, he's more up and down on the angle of his shoulder and hop, and accordingly he doesn't get out and travel with as much flexibility as I'd like to see on the go. Love his look, love his touch, just like to see him a shade more fundamentally correct. Sheep that stands in third, that's a powerful sheep. He's wide open, big-ended, got a stout chin set and a lot of shape from behind. With that, he does want to open up in his shoulder, study more prominent at the front side of his breastplate. I'd like to stretch him out and level him out in terms of his hips. You see him just a notch more expressive when I'm handling over his rack. Love the width, love the dimension, just needs to put it together a bit smoother. In total contrast, the sheep that stands in fourth is a really extended, neat-chested, smooth-shouldered sheep that's fresh and honest to the touch. For me, that one just needs to be stouter skeletons at the ground. Shorten him up in his pasture and open him up underneath and give him a bit more genuine body shape to compete with some of those that stand ahead of him. The sheep that rounds out the top five is an awfully good market lamb. That one's high cutability. He's extremely expressive down his top, and he's got plenty of shape from behind. Certainly one that'll be as good as any on the rail. But when we're talking about show sheep, I'd like to see him put together a neater look from the side. And he does want to read a bit longer in terms of his blade. We could reproportion his underline, and he too is giving up just a bit of natural stoutness at the ground compared to a few that stand ahead. A great set of sheep. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
Once again, we need the first and second place goats from classes 4, 5, and 6 to the staging. Also, the odd-numbered class 8 market goats can check in at staging. Results from the second class of fine wool crosses. 10th place went to Calvin Neal of Hockley County, breeder with Newsom Livestock of Alton. 9th went to Tyler Robertson of Lee County, breeder of Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 8th was Riley Barrett of Tom Green County. Breeder was Stribby Livestock of Wall. 7th went to Avery Sissick of Guadalupe County. Breeder was Cook Clublands of Ballinger. 6th went to Reese Dunham of Kendall County. Breeder was Stribby Livestock of Wall. 5th, we had Steele Skelsing of Runnels County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 4th, went to Ella Procise Ray of Tom Green County. Breeder was Stribby Livestock of Wall. 3rd, went to Peyton Prinwell of Kerr County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 2nd place, we had Brooke Nervig of Nolan County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. And our class winner went to Storm Skelton of Runnels County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Once again, we want to recognize our Texas Lamb Breeder Association. We're proud to be part of our market lamb show here at the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo. This year, the PLBA is giving a total of $89,000 to our market lamb show, plus breed champions and reserve breed champions receive scholarships for $1,500 and $1,000. We want to thank those individuals and businesses that support that scholarship program. Dale Prinwell was the donor for the fine wool breed, Chad Walker for the fine wool crosses, Johnson's Funeral Home for medium wool, Tom Humphrey for South Down, and then Nutrition by Design Stock Show Secrets for the Dorpers. Again, a total amount of $116,000 is given to our market lamb shows across the state. If you want to find out more information about the PLBA, please visit their website, www.texaslambreeders.com. Odd-numbered Class 9 5-0 crosses are in the ring. Our even-numbered Class 9 crosses are welcome to check in stages. Just a reminder, you can view all of the stock show photos for our official photographer, which is Devin Sisk. You can go to her website, which is www.devinsiskphotography.com. Also, feel free to visit their booth here by the Sales Pavilion. Anyone is welcome to take a photo, but you can also check out the photos that have been taken in the showroom all day long. Again, our Class 9 even numbered 5-hole crosses can check in at staging. If there happen to be any young people in the barn that would like to calf scramble today, there is a rodeo performance that starts at 2, so very shortly. If there's anybody that's interested in participating in the calf scramble, they can go over to the Coliseum. We need first place from Class 6 market goats to check in at staging. And our odd numbered Class 8 goats can check in at staging as well. Hand to these land exhibitors as they exit the ring.
I think a real solid class we've got out here, and I told the young man that wins this class when he walked in with his goat, sometimes pet owners look like they're pets, sometimes livestock owners look like they're livestock, and in this situation it's a good thing because his goat came at me big-chested, wide, and opened up. And if you look at the showman, he's eerily the same. I think they're both stout, they're both wide, they're both powerful, they both got big rib cages, and I think this young man's got a really athletic goat. He's the handle to me within this class. The goat that continues to grow on me is the one in second, and I tell you, he's not one that hit me initially as one of the real fancy hipped ones. Study the utility and value. Big feet. He's sounder than the goats in 3 and 4. He's got more rack than the goats in 3 and 4. That is a really good kind of a goat, in my opinion. I don't think he's got the extras like our class winner, but these are the two stout, genuine skeleton, athletic goats within this population. When you handle the little guy's goat in third, this thing's got touch, tone, and a great hide texture that you really like. He's a little vertical in his hind leg. Want to strengthen him behind his shoulder and his rack region. The next goat's a little odd in terms of how his hock drops out of the base of his leg, in terms of a little uncoordinated, but a really good loin goat. Once again, fades just a bit for me right out of his shoulder. The next one that comes in 5, you know, not the neatest neck, shoulder, spine assembly, not the biggest hind-legged one, but boy, this thing's got value in motion, and I like this goat. He's the first one in the ring. I didn't keep him initially. He's one of those that continues to grow on me in terms of skeletal quality blended with muscularity. The one in 6th is extra wide, stout, and powerful, but when he's in motion, he's the plainest featured goat to me in terms of his neck, his breastplate, and then just a little soft in terms of his rear pastern, a little low in his tail set, and he doesn't want to hold himself together. Big pretty goat here that's a little straight hind-legged and a little tubular in terms of his flank line, but I like the shape he's got right out of his shoulder. The young lady in the yellow here just need to intensify this goat's muscularity, and with the skeleton, he's a good built, good silhouette, good pattern. Just got to open him up. From there down, similar stories. They either have the pattern and need more muscle, or they have the muscle and need more look and symmetry. So with that stated, congratulate all of the exhibitors that survived this class on a job well done.
We are ready for our Division II Meat Goat Drive. Coming out of Class place went to Laramie Nelson of Brown County 4A. Our Class 5 winner was Sarah Struby of Andrews County 4A. And our second place from that class went to Peyton Crinwell of Kerr County 4A. Our class winner from Class 6 went to Dakota Martin, Mason County 4A. And second place went to Jalen Smith of Eastland FFA. Folks, let's get all these goat exhibitors a hand. My apologies, there's two more. Our class winner went to Mason Hutto, El Dorado FFA. And second place went to Mason Hatfield, Mason County 4A. Now let's give them all a big hand. Shyla High of Ira FFA to check in at the staging. Class 10, Commonwealth Cross, odd numbers can check in at staging. The lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit.
So many thoughts are going through my mind in terms of, you know, as a judge, you want to be accurate, you want to be informative, you want to be entertaining, and you want to be motivational when you come to the microphone. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of at a loss for words because I'm trying to study where we're going to go for reserve out here in my own mind, because you could go one of multitudes of ways out here. And I tell you, there's 8 goats out here that absolutely exemplify livestock that I like. I think if you look at each one individually, they represent proportionality, they represent look, they represent cutability and muscularity, and most importantly for me, I like the foot and foundation that these goats have, and I will let bone always be a derivative for me in market livestock selection, because I tell our students, they'll say, well, Hogue, you're a bone fan, you just want the biggest legs. I don't want just the biggest legs, but if you do have big legs, you can pack more heat on top of that skeleton, and it still looks proportional, it still looks athletic, and it still looks like it fits together. I think all 8 of these representatives do that. Your champion within this division is one absolutely unique creature in terms of representing what he does and what he does so well. It's one thing to be the widest one out here. It's another thing to still be as sound, athletic, and sexy as any one of them out here, and I think that's impressive. We're going to go ahead and select your champion, then I'm going to study again for reserve, because at this point, I have absolutely no idea who's going to be reserve in your middleweight division. And that's maybe a little embarrassing to say that I grabbed the microphone before I know, but I don't have any idea. So we're going to study a little harder. I ask you to give the exhibitors and their families and the breeders a great round of applause, because this set of goats strongly deserve it.
Our Division II champion is Dakota Martin, Mason County 4A. We can get a parent to the ring for Dakota.
I wish I had better news for you, because I still don't know what I'm going to do. No, you know, and you might say as an evaluator along ringside, well, you know, the judge is taking extra time because this decision may have a major implication or a major impact on the day. And I'm here to tell you that there's not a decision that I make within a class that, in my opinion, doesn't have a major impact, whether it's between 6 and 7, whether it's between first and second, or whether it's between, you know, what two are vying for reserve. I'll give you my thoughts and tell you at least what's going through my mind. The lightweight class winner, that thing's beauty. Okay, that thing is poetry in motion. He hit me hard in class when he come through that gate. He's not maybe the nastiest, burliest, widest one coming at you, but that thing is flat dead sexy, both on the stand and in motion. I love what he represents in terms of skeletal quality, and I mean that thing is pretty, in my opinion. The second place goat, if you want to put your hands on a fat back, that thing's got a big back. Maybe a little trashier through his breastplate, maybe a little stilty kneed, but I mean tremendous value down his top line. The goat that's second, the toughest class I had today was this between 2 and 3 in this particular class. I love this goat's spread, mass, and when you put your hand on his loin, it is absolutely huge. My problem out here, he's so sound, he's so good, he's so basic. Will I remember him? He's not the slickest necked. He's not the most giraffe looking. He's really safe. He's really basic, and he represents so much good. I keep having to tell myself, is he too forgettable in terms of the look? Don't mean to be, you know, if you haven't figured out by now, I like pretty things. I do not want to get in a picture with anything unattractive. This goat's not unattractive, but he's not just one of those light bulb licking cobras that walks around out here. The young man and his goat, the dynamic duo that look a lot alike out here, they're both wide, stout, and powerful. He's probably a little jammed up out here relative to what we're doing. So this is the question. Do I go with beauty or do I go with the beast? Do I go with beauty or go with the beast? And that's what's going through my mind, and I think it's very, very close. Bottom line, I handle him, I watch him move. I love unique things, and I think unique things are very strong. I remember them. I've got a poor memory for a lot of things, but I remember livestock for a long time. So as I look at this, the goat that hit me the hardest, first impression, second in your division or reserve middleweight, going to be the lightweight class winner. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Our Division 2 reserve champion goes to Carrie Humphrey of Live Oak County 4A. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Still missing some exhibitors from the Class 10 Fine Wool Cross class, which is the 4th class of Fine Wool Crosses. Please make your way to the staging. This would be your odd numbers for Class 10 Fine Wool Crosses. And we need the Class 8 even numbers to check in at staging as well. Results from the Class 7 market goats. 10th place, we had Reagan Campbell, Goliad County 4A. 9th was Lanham Milliken, Dimmitt FFA. 8th was Emmy Schwartz, Blackstock County 4A. 7th, we had Alex Smith, Enfield County 4A. 6th place was Braxton Butler, Goliad FFA. 5th went to Abby Burkham, Randall County 4A. 4th was Graceland Daniel, Dumas FFA. 3rd, Chase Watson, Tom Green County 4A. 2nd went to Mason Hatfield, Mason County 4A. And our class winner was Mason Hutto, El Dorado FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Victor Probant, can you please go to the go check-in? Victor? We need Skylar Struby, Andrews County 4-H, to the land staging. And Hayden Stort, Pecos FFA. In addition to the first and second place, The fifth place lamb in this third class of crosses will be tested, so we'll need a parent to the staging.
Well, a really good set of sheep here. I think we got several on the top end that have some really nice pieces to study out here. And really the one that strikes me as the most unique and puts together the things that I find stand out the most as a young man's weather that begins. When you study a crossbred sheep in terms of body shape, I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that's opened up to the top side of their body, features that much natural dimension behind the top side of their blade, and still progressively widens to a big square upper hip, a tremendous hip shape in that sheep for a crossbred animal, and one that I certainly think puts a lot of good together just in terms of touch, freshness, and composition. Still a level design proportional type sheep. We could change him in a few areas, maybe lay that shoulder onto his body just a fraction neater, drop his flank just a touch relative to his chest, maybe see that hind leg just a shade squarer and more flexible in motion. I'm being awfully critical of some really subtle criticisms on a very good sheep to begin. Another sheep I like a great deal in second. That one's got the edge in terms of being taller fronted, neater in his shoulder. He's a really extended, late maturing sheep. He's as fresh and expressive as any down the top side of his body. Love his composition and touch. For me, that sheep does want to read a notch longer from the top side of his blade to the base of his chest. He's definitely not as opened up or as round bodied as the sheep that stands right ahead. Still a tremendous sheep that patterns up very good in terms of his top line and touches awesome when you get your hands on him. Another really good sheep in third. That's just one that's fundamentally correct in terms of being on point, in terms of freshness and touch. He's got a great shape down the top side of his body. For me, he's just a shade more conventional in his look out here. Not as extended, not as far up off the ground. Wants to reach just a shade rounder off of either end, but certainly an awfully good sheep to stand at a competitive third. I like the sheep in fourth a great deal. That one's stout-featured and wide-built. Loves the turn to the center portion of his body. For me, he's just not quite as fresh and youthful in his look. Need to firm him up, crisp him up in terms of his edges, maybe give him a notch more natural expression when you step right in behind him. To talk about a good skeleton, round body, one to stand in a nice fourth. Fifth place sheep here, one that really touches great. He's on point in terms of freshness and presentation. A great handle over his rack and loin edge. A sheep that's level designed from the side. For me, he's giving up some stoutness at the ground. I need to make him a notch more rugged in his foundation. And when you step in behind the top five, he's giving up some shape through his hip and stifle. A great set of sheep. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
Jerry Bates of Lakey FFA, and Jalen Smith, Eastland FFA, to check in at the goat staging. still need Jerry Bates of Lakey FFA to come to the goat staging. Jerry Bates. Class 9 odd number goats can check in at staging. Here's our results from that third class of final crosses. In 10th place, we have Lachlan Mounts of Lynn County. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas of Christoval. 9th was Caitlin Peterson of Bandera. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 8th place went to Carter Morris of Bell County. Breeder was Pat Jackson of Christoval. 7th, we had Kinley Holter of Nolan County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 6th was Brindley Hogg of Lubbock. Breeder was Forwood Showlands of Sterling City. And 5th, we have Brantley Hoover of Midland. Breeder was Sparrow Hamsters of Midland. 4th place went to Brooklyn Howell of Comal County. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas of Christoval. 3rd went to Reagan Smithwick of Runnels County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 2nd, we had Sydney Newsom of Bandera County. Breeder was Smithwick Clublands of Miles. And our class winner was Sloan Stoltz of Mason. Breeder was Struby Livestock of Wall. Congratulations to these lamb exhibitors. Class 10 even numbered final crosses can check in at staging. Class 10 even. Just a reminder on the premium sale, 1st through 4th will sell, but only 1st and 2nd place exhibitors should come to the sale. 3rd and 4th place do not go through the sale. exhibitors. Give a hand to these lamb exhibitors as they exit the ring as well. Kristen Klein, Glasscock County 4-H, check in at the lamb staging. And Trenton Murphy, formerly FFA. Kristen Klein, Lamb Staging, and Laramie Nelson, Goat Staging. Need both those exhibitors. Sadie Detweiler and Shane Smith, need you at the Goat Staging. Corey Humphreys and George West. Class 11 final will cross odd numbers, Kentucky and staging, Class 11 odds. Lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
I hope I didn't make folks nervous because I didn't realign them in a particular order, but I probably tend to make people nervous on a regular basis. The top three, I really like these top three when they came in the ring. But, you know, head to tail, we got them through their heat, we got them in the final drive. And what's interesting is when you study these three in motion, and we're not going to ask them to move, why we talk about them, but if you watch them leave the ring, we've talked throughout the day, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, the top pair are sounder than the one in third. They all have muscle, they all have horsepower, they all have stoutness. The top pair is sounder. What sorts 1 and 2 is when you get right on top of these things, 2 fits inside of 1. So it's basic math. There's more everywhere, and when this class winner gets out prancing, he is really, really cool to watch in motion. I think he's the most consistent. When he's on the stand and when he's on the lead, he never changes. His spine's right, his hips right, his feet are big, and when you get your hand and roll over his body wall, it is wide, it is dimensional, and it's got a really thin hide. I like that thing a whole bunch to start. I think in terms of motion, it's close between 1 and 2. When you get your hands on the goat in second, there's not as much fresh shape right out of the back of his shoulder, not as much pop as there is in our class winner, but I really, really like that thing's build. Once again, beautiful in motion, high quality livestock regardless of species. The 1 and third's got the crease down his back, got the groove, and I like that about him. He's a little coarse in his jump muscle, and then when this thing gets in motion, he'll tend to tuck up underneath himself and not want to handle his skeleton as well. And if you step back and look at foot size and size of legs versus body mass, I think he's the smallest in terms of his foot size with a big groove, and I think it throws him out of proportion. The goat in fourth, love the front 2/3 of this thing. He is clean bodied, he is wide skeleton and runs uphill. He's not sound enough off of his hind leg. He's the quickest in his step. He's the most closed up at his pin set of those initial 4. Really got a pretty extended, attractive goat here in 5. I love until you study his foot size and his bone. He seems a little refined to me at the ground. When you watch his hock, it'll come out to the edge of his skeleton and back in. I want to alter that just a shade. Great handling goat in 6. His spine and hip aren't as level and natural in his posture as what our top end goats are, but tremendous width and stoutness. Then our final goat that's here in 6 or so, tremendous masculinity and thickness and power up front. He tends to fade just a little bit going back, and then he's a little vertical in his hock design relative to the goats in front of him. Want to freshen him up on the top side of his neck, his breastplate, and then give him just a little more comfort off of his hind leg. Got a good one over here we pulled in that needs more rack, but really, really good build. And from there down, we get a little softer, we get a little plainer, we get just a little flatter. Great class, my compliments, really, really top end quality here. Tremendous set.
Doctor, give me some for example. I've been in there 2 years.
9 even numbered market goats and chicken and staging. Class 9 even. these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
In the morning, you might take two. Kind of all.
Yeah, probably about 3 vodka tonics will break it. Pull it in, then we can restore it. That takes too long.
Well, an interesting class here. I think we've got a lot of different types and kinds. Maybe not one that puts everything I want together, but certainly some very nice sheep. So with that being said, I think you really have to sort through the differences in these sheep. And in my mind, the one I land on is the hardest to put a major hole in. When I spun those last two on that last look, I studied the sheep that I elected to use and just said that one's more correct in his skeleton. When you read him from the ground up, he's really square, he's flexible in his design. He's a sheep that's considerably neater in his shoulder. He's cleaner at the front side of his breastplate. He's a more extended, longer hip type sheep that really puts down attractive hip and hind leg postures from the side. Now I'd like to see that sheep have more natural dimension and muscle shape down the top side of his skeleton, fresh him up in his loin edge, and he's not as big hipped as the sheep that stands right behind him. But if we're talking about livestock that are fundamentally correct, that are sound in their basic build and present a quality look from the side, in my mind, that's the sheep to land on. The sheep that stands in second might be your favorite if you're after a powerful sheep in this class, because he is the one that's the wide open, big rib, the one that's massive down the top side of his body. He's the big hip, thick-ended sheep that's got a great fresh touch when you put your hands on him. For me, that sheep wants to have a few areas. He needs to be improved in terms of design. I like to smooth him up in his shoulders, Heminox, neater, the front side of his breastplate, lengthen him in terms of his body and his hip, and just see him travel out and flex that hind leg with more comfort and durability and motion. Sheep that stands in third, that's the one that's the tall-fronted, smooth-shouldered, late maturing sheep in class. I like his touch, freshness, and composition. For me, that sheep's not as rugged in this foundation as the two that stand ahead. He wants to flatten up just a bit when you read him toward the base of his body, and certainly when he sets in motion, he tends to drop his pin bone and hold his hind leg up under him just a bit, just a shade more general than hip and hind legs. Love his look, love his freshness and touch, just not as stout as the two that stand ahead. A really attractive sheep to stand in fourth. That was actually the class leader in terms of looks from the side. He's really youthful, he's really tucked up in his chest, neat in his shoulder, a long body, level design sheep. What it comes down to for me, when you set those sheep from behind, there's just not enough of him in this class. He wants to narrow up in his foundation. Needs to be bigger pinned and thicker ended for my preference, so I left him in a competitive fourth. The sheep that rounds out the top five touches as good as any. Young man's done a great job getting that one fit and presented. He's really big and fresh down the top side of his body. Love his rack shape, love his loin edge. Love that sheep just in terms of his freshness, handle, and presentation. For me, we need to change his basic build. I'd like to tuck his chest, give more curvature to the center portion of his body, and drop him in his flank to help proportion his bottom line more appropriately. But certainly a sheep that's got a great touch, rounds out a nice top five. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Odd-numbered Class 10 goats in second staging. Odd-numbered Class 10. Results from the fourth class of Fine Wool Crosses. 10th place went to Briar Sherrill from Posse County, breeder with Struby Livestock of Wall. 9th went to Addison Adams, Kerr County, breeder with Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 8th went to Jerica Vaughn of Taylor County, breeder with Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 7th went to Emerson Blanick of Tom Green County, breeder with Justin and Bridget Jonas of Cristobal. 6th went to Emerson Blanick of Tom Green County, breeder with Struby Livestock of Wall. 5th was Costin Allison of Coryell County, breeder with Smithwick Clublands of Miles. 4th went to Brantley Hoover of Midland County, breeder with Justin and Bridget Jonas of Cristobal. 3rd went to Sidney Newsom of Bandera County, breeder with Brady Hyde of Rock Springs. 2nd was Sloan Stoltz of Mason County, breeder with Stoltz Sheep Company of Menard. And our class winner went to Kristen Himes of Sterling County, breeder with Forward Showlands of Sterling City. Congratulations, land exhibitors. Results from Class 8 Market Goats. In 10th, we had John Reed Decker of Tom Green County 4A. 9th went to Marty Lumpkins of Harper FFA. 8th was Spade Snap of Lubbock Cooper FFA. 7th, we have Austin Haynes of Brownwood FFA. 6th is Luke Tucker, Palo Pinto County 4A. 5th went to Colton Hooton of Tom Green County 4A. 4th was Jasper Triplett of Catula FFA. 3rd went to Jalen Smith of Eastland FFA. 2nd was Sidney Newsom, Medina FFA. And our class winner was Macy Alexander of Anderson Shiro FFA. Congratulations, goat exhibitors. Thank you, goat exhibitors. the final crosses, we will have the Dorpers, and for both the Dorper classes, the entire class will come each time, both odds and evens.
We had one up there one year. Raw. He broke his knee on his baby. This little white, yeah, my kid, little white little dog. He walking out there on the dog side. Anyway, we were walking and we got down to like the top 3 or 4. That old sheep. She could hold him up pretty good. He just turned over. But I mean, we had to move him back. Back then it was top 8. Second one? That's the Kid Honda. Candy Girl. That's probably one to take off and go.
Even numbered, class 11 final crosses to check in at staging. Class 11 even. Thank you, land exhibitors.
Well, they just don't sell very many. Those food champions, they last year, those food champions brought about 15,000. Yeah, I saw him up there though midnight. He does? That's really important. What did he come in here?
Jason Griffith, Val Verde County 4-H, please check in at the land staging. Class 10 even numbers and check in at goat staging, Class 10 even.
Took me a while. You could have given me some hints.
I think my only savior in the ring, hopefully, has been, if nothing else, my honesty over the years in terms of what I see and where they hit me. And I tell you, that first view is important. And if I could summarize Class 9, it's almost like I would like to take Class 9 and put it in the friend zone. Have any of you ever been put in the friend zone versus the boyfriend or girlfriend zone? What that means is I like all of these goats. Absolutely. I don't know if any one of them, when that gate opened, gave me the warm and tickle and the fuzzies that I wanted to date them, but I do like them. The longer I study these goats out here, the more impressive actually the upper end of this set get. And so as you put them together, boom, we start with the class winner. We've talked all day. Who's the widest skeleton goat that's athletic, that has symmetry, that has a clean body wall? Is this one. Great neck, a really, really nice neck set right on top of his shoulder. He's extra wide, he's extra cool. Before I get the warm and fuzzies initially, I want him to have bigger legs. Either more leg hair or bigger legs, but that one is pretty unique. The one that maybe we have always kind of hung out with but always got us in trouble, to me, is the goat in second. This thing has some extras, some ESTs and some uniqueness. Bare fur legs, big feet, and I like that about him. When he moves, he'll be a little prancy and off in his front end. When he sets his front feet down, I'd like to change his hock design just a little, but man, that thing's exotically big featured, cool looking, has some neat pieces. I didn't think he tied it together well enough. You know, it's interesting, if we were to put these things at 1,300 pounds and call them fat steers, I'm maybe a little concerned with the slope and angle and front end design in some of these goats. The one in third, jet level, cool looking, fits his weight really good. He's pretty stilty kneed. He's a little twisted out up front. Front feet go east-west. If I could fix that on him, the rest of that one really has some captivating quality. The dark red, the red goat that we've gotten for, really nice balanced, really complete, really totals. He'll pull his hock in when he goes in motion. He runs out of substance at the ground, but a good bodied goat that I think is quality in terms of his touch and tone. The goat that doesn't, to me, fit his weight is in 5. This guy's really moderate, really boxy and wide. Out here, he looks a little compact. He looks a little round on both ends of his skeleton, but that's a high-quality goat. I didn't think he fit his weight class as well. Big feet, really wide, a little loose in his shoulder, a little out in his hock, a little plain in his hip, but you love the feature, the stoutness, and the utility. I rewalked the vast majority of them because I wanted to see what was I missing. All of these goats, you can pan through them. They're high quality. They're good kinds of goats. They didn't hit me with the totals. Some of the good built ones, to me, need to be more aggressive in their shape. Some of the aggressive shaped ones are a little tanky or a little coarse and off in terms of their build, like this one right here behind. Really a good class, a challenge to put together. Let's congratulate all the exhibitors.
Our first and second place final crosses to be at the staging if they are not already over there. First and second place final crosses. exhibitor. Again, your Class 10 even numbered goats can check in at staging. Class 10 even.
Slow as possible, and then right away with it. That one rolled me last year. Yeah, I didn't swallow it.
still need a couple of exhibitors for the Fine Wheel Cross Drive. So if you have a first or second place Fine Wheel Cross, please make sure you're at the staging area. Thank you, go to exhibitors.
You know, I might take a pressure from something cold. Right on. Run into he could pull that. I have no clue who that is, but that's better than some of the other stuff. Apparently.
Here's the results for Class 9 Market Goats. In 10th place, we had Ashley Hahn, Gillespie County 4A. 9th was Kylie Whitewood, Sanger FFA. 8th, Luke Tucker, Palatino County 4A. 7th, Haley Walker, Oasis County 4A. 6th, Sonny Cowley, Randall County 4A. 5th, Turner Matkins, Kendall County 4A. 4th, Matthew Hoffman, Glasscock County 4A. 3rd, Colton Newton, Tom Green County 4A. 2nd, Corey Humphrey, George West FFA. And first place went to Madison Peterson, Ira FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Very first call for our first and second place goats in classes 8 and 9. Just a reminder, our division and reserve division champions will be getting towards the final drive here in a little bit.
we push up into our heavyweight fine wool cross class, I think throughout the group here, we start to have some more sword on composition and freshness and where these sheep are at relative to their ideal endpoint. But with that being said, the sheep here on the top end, I think for crossbred wethers of this weight still hold themselves together very well and represent good market animals in my mind. With that being said, we start putting together which sheep have the best pieces out here. In my mind, the young man's wether that begins just awfully good. Very fundamentally correct in his build when you read him from the ground up. He's got natural width, he's sound in his skeleton, shoulder lays onto his body, neat, really round body. He's got a great touch up high in terms of freshness, shape and expression over his rack and loin edge. I think that sheep's awfully proportional from the side. I would like to stretch him out just a bit, lengthen him in his time to make him a bit longer growing. But for me, I still think he's exceptional in terms of his composition because he is lean and so fresh to the touch. I think his maturity pattern is right. Relative to the sheep that stands in second, he's got some advantages. That sheep's more extended in his time, he's neater in his chest, he's longer body. That sheep's got more length to hip, certainly. For me, he starts to come apart in a few pieces when we set him in motion. He does study much longer in his pasture when you read him at the ground. He gets a bit easier behind the backside of his blade. Maybe not quite as wide and true when he travels away as his sheep that stands ahead. Not just as opened up in his full rib either. Love his length, love his extension. I like his growth pattern just a shade better. Just need to see that one a bit more correct in a few areas. Young lady in third, man, a little girl with a big sheep. She just did an awesome job. I'm so proud of her effort out here getting that one drove. She's got a good wether. He's tall fronted, he's stout featured, he's got a tremendous amount of shape down the top side of his body. When we get him out in this particular final drive, he wants to read just a shade longer in terms of his blade, maybe a bit more mature if you study his head and neck. Not quite as fresh and youthful in his appearance, but an awfully good sheep that's stout featured and has a ton of muscle content. A really neat looking one to stand in fourth. That one's tall fronted, long bodied, really extended. Young lady does a good job getting that one shown, and he's got a tremendous handle when you put your hands on him. For me, that sheep wants to read a bit more up and down in the angle of his blade. The sheep that when you set him in motion narrows up in his foundation. He's not as thick-ended and as square traveling away as the sheep that stand ahead. Sheep that rounds out the top five for a heavyweight fine wool cross. I love his composition and cutability. She's got a great touch up high. He's sound in his basic build. You just step in behind that one, and he's just outpowered in terms of pin width and dimension through his stifle and the base of his leg. A good kind of sheep to stand fifth in a nice class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
Give you the results from the fifth class of fine wool crosses. 10th place went to Candace Box of Midland. Breeder was Stoltz Sheep Company of Menard. 9th was Jake Bagby of Erath County. Breeder was Kensington Clublands of Blanket. 8th was Trey Bates of Real County. Breeder was Brady Hyde of Rock Springs. 7th was Pato Banowski of Menard. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas of Christoval. 6th was Kenzie Hoffman of Comal County. Breeder was Smithwood Clublands of Miles. 5th was Bexton Hogg of Lubbock County. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas of Christoval. 4th went to Rihanna Clayman of Tom Green County. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas of Christoval. 3rd, Riley Barrett of Tom Green County. Breeder was Pat Jackson of Christoval. 2nd was Rhett Dickinson of Sterling County. breeder is Newsom Livestock of Olton. And our class winner was Trey Bates III of Rial County. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company of Menard. Congratulations to these exhibitors. A reminder for our final cross exhibitors that are in the staging. Immediately after this drive, we would ask you to go to the drug testing area, and we would need a parent for each of these exhibitors to go over there as well. We need an advisor, county agent, or ag teacher from Comal County to please come to the show arena land side. Or a parent for the exhibitor Hoffman from Comal County. Thank you, go to exhibitors. Again, we need the first and second place exhibitors from classes 8 and 9 to the staging, and our Division I and Division II champions and reserves to be getting ready as well. Okay, we are ready for our final across drive. Coming out of Class 1, our first place exhibitor was Ashton Cooley of GymNet FFA. First place out of Class 2 went to Leighton Skelton of Runnels County 4A. First place out of Class 3 was Sloan Stoltz of Mason FFA. First place from Class 4 was Kristen Himes of Sterling County 4A. And first from Class 5 was Jerry Bates of Lakey FFA. Second place out of Class 1 was to Garrett Knight of Coast County 4A. Second from Class 2 was Lila Nervick of Highland FFA. Second from Class 3 was Sydney Newsom of Medina FFA. Second from Class 4 was Sloan Stoltz of Mason FFA. And second from Class 5 was Rhett Dickinson of Sterling County 4H. Folks, let's give all these lamb exhibitors a big round of applause. We still need our first and second place goats from classes 8 and 9 to the holding, as well as the Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserves to the holding. Our Class 13 Dorpers can make their way to the staging area on the land side, and again, this will be the entire class for Class 13 Dorpers.
They're getting set up and everything, that'll be a good time. That's when we've done it in the past. I have no idea. It was handed to me, so I assume it was from this side, but it may not be. It may be on the east side. Well, they've been collecting different, so I'm not sure. I don't know. It just got handed to us. I'm bringing it up here. I don't need nobody that we know. We have to collect these for the final dry all at once. I don't. I'm not telling you. I just. Well, where did they get it? We didn't want it all handed to me. I don't know where it came from. I'm not handing them to anybody. All I know is all I know is they showed up on throwing away. I've got the vows for the division champion.
Well, I thought we had an outstanding Fine Wool Cross show, start to finish, a lot of depth, a lot of quality, and again, here in the heart of sheep country, this Fine Wool Cross breed is certainly competitive, and if you made it out here to the final drive, you've accomplished a great feat because it was so tough, especially at the top end of the classes. Let's give each and every one of these kids a big round of applause for making it this far. You know, I'm awfully pleased with how this lineup came together. I think we've got a lot of nice sheep out here. They all bring something unique to the table, and yet I still think they've all got the fundamental pieces we need in a good market animal. There's certainly some differences in these sheep, each of our class winners, something unique, and maybe a thing or two we change about several of them, but certainly some discussion points, and we'll work through it, and I'll tell you how I see them. The sheep that won our first class, I think part for part, that one's awfully hard to put a major hole in. You watch that one come in the ring, his neck comes just right off the top side of a neat blade. He's composed in his top line. I love his hip and hind leg motion. A sheep that I think actually in the drive touches a bit fresher and more on point in terms of handle than he even did in class earlier. So I appreciate that about him. Is he as massive as some of the others out here? Maybe not, but part for part, that one's awfully good. The sheep that stood behind him in second, one that gave up some size in that class, but a neat one that's well built at the ground, got a nice turn to his body, just giving up some dimension. An awfully good sheep in class 2, man. That one's round body, he's big back, he's thick-ended. Love the terminal shape and touch in that sheep. He's absolutely at 12 o'clock in terms of freshness and presentation. Young man is just doing an outstanding job getting him shown right now. Really like those things about that sheep. We could change him in just a few subtle areas. Maybe smooth his shoulder blade and see that hip and hind leg just a shade more correct when he sets into motion, but an awfully good sheep. The one that stood behind him in second, a nice pattern, high credibility, great touching kind of sheep. One that maybe he wants to read a bit up and down on his angles, not quite as opened up as the sheep that beat him in that tough class 2. Sheep out of 3 really has some unique pieces about him. That one is tremendously bold and round in terms of the curvature of his center body. I think that's an awfully unique piece here in the fine wool crossbreed to get one that's that good in their rib cage and sets that much massive dimension on top of it. Stepping behind him, I love his upper hip shape. Certainly, that's something that I value a lot. Sheep that are big in their upper hip, they're square in the pin bone, and I really, really like that one as I study it from behind. We could redesign him just a bit in a few areas. Maybe see his shoulder blade blend onto his body a bit neater. I'd reproportion his bottom line. And for as big as he is in his upper hip, I'd like to square him in top and give him just a notch more depth across the plane of his stifle. The sheep that stood behind him in second, if you want to talk about a tall front-end level design one that touches great, he's awfully good. Just a shade longer bladed, maybe not as opened up as the sheep that beat him in that class. An interesting class 4, we certainly have some give and take, but we started with a sheep that's got a really balanced look from the side. That sheep's neat shouldered, he's sound in his basic build, he's long-bodied and level design, really features an attractive hip and hind leg as well. He's not as massively muscled as the sheep that stand on either side of it. Maybe we can freshen that loin edge up just a shade, but I'll always value sheep that are built right in terms of the fundamentals when you read it from the ground up. Sheep that stood behind him in second, that one's got a great touch, he's powerful, just not as good to look at in terms of his design. And then we finish off with our heavyweight there in class 5. Again, when you read that one from the ground up, he's sound, he's square. That sheep shoulder blends onto his thigh, and he just touches with a tremendous amount of shape down the top side of his skeleton and through his hip. Everything just fits together with that sheep. Maybe he's not the biggest in his time, maybe he's not the most extended, but he's proportional, he's balanced, and everything just makes sense. He too presented 12 o'clock in terms of freshness and touch. Sheep that stood behind him in second had the edge in that pair, just in terms of extension and length of body, a longer growing, later maturing kind of sheep. We just needed to hold him better together in terms of his top line, once to get just a shade longer in his passing, maybe not as fresh to the touch as the sheep that beat him in that class. When I say all those things, we saw a lot of good pieces in these sheep, and in my mind, we start bringing it back to what's most important. I think that's if we can find good, powerful sheep that are hard to fault, that are balanced and good in their skeleton. To me, there's 2 of them out here that match up very well in terms of what I've talked about in those areas. I'm going to go shake the hand of your champion fine wool cross exhibitor and then follow up with reserve. Let's give these kids another big round of applause.
Our champion fine wool cross exhibitor is Jerry Bates of Lakey FFA. And reserve goes to Ashton Cooley of GymNet FFA. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Once again, our breed and reserve breed champions on the land side will receive checks from the TLDA, $1,500 for first and $1,000 for second. being presented by Chad Walker for the final crossbreed. We do need a parent for both these exhibitors to the show ring.
Have no idea what time it is. I haven't looked at my phone since we started this morning because I knew if I did start looking at my phone, it would deter my focus in terms of the livestock and evaluating the livestock. Absolutely love the heavyweight class that we've got here. There are 6 goats that are tremendous in each pose strengths relative to their contemporaries. It's a matter of how you want to put them together and where the checks and balances fall. Once again, our top pair of goats, in my opinion, are eerily similar. I think they're good pattern goats. They're good balanced goats. I think they really, really have a lot of similarities. One of the goats I like better in motion One of them I like better in terms of touch and handle and squareness, and you got to decide where you want to set. I think these two are eerily similar in terms of their pattern. So what I do is when I get right on top of them and I get in behind them, the goat that just offers more skeletal width, more body shape, and just more horsepower from his shoulder back through his hip, and particularly at his pin set in his upper hip is pulled apart more, and his tail head sets in his rump more correctly than what the goat does in second. And as a result, this thing that wins our class is big chested, big form. He's the genuine goat within this particular drive. I think what makes it close is I think his hind leg design is good from a profile. When he goes away, it'll curve in just slightly at the ground. That's being picky, though. Structurally, I think he holds himself together more than acceptable, and that is a balanced, clean-bodied, heavyweight market goat with a tremendous amount of red meat yield. The one in motion that I love is the furry-legged, very, very well-presented goat in second. This guy epitomizes proportionality. What's there is good as an individual. When I get my hand right here and over his body wall, he's not as aggressive as what our class winner is. And then for me, from a profile, when he's propped up, this is a little short, this is a little faded, and I think it detracts from his balance when you step away from the goats. I have more of a three-dimensional goat that wins this particular class. The goat that comes in third, great handling, great touch, great tone. He's the most refined in his leg, or has the least leg hair of any of them in here, and he's a little banana-legged. When he goes from a side, I prefer, in terms of design, collectedness and quality, I like the top pair. This thing's high cut ability, really, really lean, really shapely. Just hit me a nickel refined. On the stand, love this goat in 4. Tremendous rack, tremendous loin, really, really good. He gets plain when you get him in motion, the way his neck ties into his shoulder, and at the top of his shoulder, he was the most general in his pattern when these goats are just prancing around relative to the 4 that precede him. The most interesting goat in here, and probably needs his seeds back in him, is the goat that comes in 5. This is the widest rib, most aggressive goat. If we didn't have to walk him and you didn't have to get away from him, he's the best goat in here in terms of spread and mass. Tremendous rib cage. When I watch him move, though, he's the straightest in his front end design, and he falls the most out of balance of any of the goats in here. I love him when you're up on him. The farther you get away from him, he didn't hit me with the balance and the design and motion that I needed, but that is an incredible, incredible creature. The goat that's going to be 6 just faded the most in his loin. He's wearing out a little bit here. His loin hip juncture is a little coarse. He's just a little refined out here. Tremendous high quality, tremendous cutability. Another outstanding individual. Got a nice one here that ran out of muscle. A pair of them here that are really good built. Just need to be more aggressive, and then we get just a nickel planer as we go down through the remainder of the class. Please put your hands together, if you would, for a tremendous set of goats.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for our Division III drive in the Market Goat Show, I'm going to go ahead and announce our 2 showmanship winners for the day. In the junior showmanship for Market Goats, our junior showmanship winner went to exhibitor number 800, Addison Rouse of Karnes County 4-H. And our senior showmanship winner went to exhibitor 293, Jace Wilkie of Cristobal FFA. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. If y'all are in the barn, you can come up to the show ring, and we've got some nice bags for you.
At least he got the shavings off of it. I might have thought about it, I might have.
Class 14 Dorpers, the entire class. You can check in at the staging area, class 14 Dorpers. for our Division III Market Goat Drive. Coming out of Class 8, our first place exhibitor was Macy Alexander of Anderson Shiro FFA. And our second place exhibitor out of Class 8 was Cindy Newsom of Medina FFA. Coming out of Class 9, our first place exhibitor was Madison Peterson of IRA FFA. And second was Corey Humphrey of George West FFA. And in Class 10, our first place exhibitor was Cody Sells of Williamson County 4A. And second went to Hudson Franklin of Lubbock County 4A. Folks, let's put our hands together for this outstanding group of GOAT exhibitors. We can get our Division I and Division II champion and reserve champions to the holding area at this time. Division I and Division II.
when you're in the ring judging livestock shows at this magnitude, you can always tell there's some real good classes, and then there's a couple classes or divisions where you can almost, the intensity and the atmosphere changes. You gets eerily quiet, people are focused, people are studying, and it really, to me, is comforting. You know, I walked the class winners again. I think it's official. I missed my flight. I've got 13 minutes to get through security before my plane leaves. And so, bottom line, I could sit out here and watch these things walk and study them and handle them and just learn about the creature that is the meat goat, you know, throughout the evening, because these are tremendous specimens. What I like about these is if you look at the 3 class winners relative to the 3 second place, I learned this in Phoenix, Arizona when I was judging the Barra show. You know, I complimented the champion Barra was one of the best ribbed hogs that I'd seen. And right now in the pig deal, we're making them a little flat, we're making them a little caved in, and boy, those hogs don't eat. And really what's interesting, I complimented the sheep industry for focusing on rib design. As long as they have, they're really making good individuals. Guess what was a major focal point today within your goat show that I never dreamt would be until I got here today is body design. Our class winners are all more opened up in terms of their roundness of body, the center width of their skeleton. They are all stouter than the second place goats. And I think that's a common theme, or at least I hope it is, you know, throughout the day. If nothing else, I want to be consistent in what I stand for and what I believe in. And I think that's the same story that we've got out here. We've got more cage, we've got more width, we've got more horsepower. And when you circle these 3 class winners, they're still very athletic in terms of their build. Bottom line, I watched them walk twice. I'm a first instinct, first impression kind of person. Your champion heavyweight goat is the roundest ribbed, is the flattest backed, is the burliest backed, and when they all go in motion, they are the soundest. And if you could put the most width, the most muscle, and the most athletic package, you can show to me all day long. You study lines, you study look, you study balance, you study where the tailhead sits. He's as sexy as any of them out here. He defines proportionality, and I like that a great deal. So with that stated, let's congratulate all 6 exhibitors in your heavyweights. I'll select your champion in reserve.
Division 3 champion goes to Macy Alexander, Anderson Shiro, FFA. We still need the Division 2 champion to the staging area. Our reserve champion for Division 3 went to Cody Sells, Williamson County 4A. still need the Division II champion at the staging area. We're about to do the final drive.
Jesse, we're going to do champion reserve. Perfect. Perfect.
Don't mess it up, Gary.
I won't.
It was a kid, wasn't it?
Something.
Folks, we're about ready to start our final drive in our 2019 Market Goat Show. To introduce our exhibitors, coming out of Division I, our champion was Rachel White of Johnson County 4-H. Rachel's 17 years old. Parents are Mike and Trisha White. Rachel's hobbies are showing lifestyle. Our reserve champion for Division I was Lanham Milliken of Dimmitt FFA. Lanham is 17 years old. Parents are Tammy and Jill Milliken. His favorite hobby is snow skiing. Our Division II champion was Dakota Martin of Mason County 4-H. Dakota is 13 years old and her parents are Glenn and Ray Ann Martin. Dakota's favorite hobbies are taking long walks to the beach, scratch that, to the cattle guard with her goats, and livestock judging. Reserve champion from Division II was Carrie Humphreys from Live Oak County 4-H. Carrie is 15 years old. Parents are Tommy and Mabel Humphreys. Her hobbies include showing goats, lambs, playing basketball, fishing, and hanging out with her Manny. Our Division III champion went to Macy Alexander of Anderson Shiro FFA. Macy is 14 years old. Her parents are Tommy Alexander and Corey Alexander. Her hobbies include livestock judging, showing goats, and riding horses. And our reserve champion from Division III went to Cody Sells of Williamson County 4-H. Cody is 16 years old. Parents are Nanette and Richard Sells. His hobbies include hunting, fishing, outdoor activities, and showing goats. Folks, let's give one more big round of applause for all these goat exhibitors. I also think one more time, we always appreciate Dr. Hogue coming here for several years now. Let's give Dr. Hogue one more big round of applause for judging our goats. Exhibitors. Cassidy Day Armand from Live Oak County 4-H to check in at the staging. And Grace Moore, Sutton County 4-H.
As we come to the close of the GOAT show, to be honest with you, I was very nervous. You always get nervous as a show judge. Then, night before, maybe morning of, I landed and got into my hotel last night. Woke up this morning and the stark reality hit me. I've only ever judged one other GOAT show before, and it was last year here. And here I'm about to judge goats again. And I don't apologize for it, but I'm not in specifically the goat industry. I'm not out there kidding them. I'm not making breeding decisions. We're trying to farrow sows at home. We're trying to farrow some pigs and sheep at Western, and got some cattle that we work with, but haven't dipped in to the goat industry. And yet they're all basic, the same animals. We fight the same struggles in terms of conception rates, in terms of getting these things alive on the ground and getting them started. And there's so much work that goes into it. I told the staff at lunch, my perspective has changed as I've become a show dad. Prior to being a show dad, I was a livestock evaluator and just said, hey, you're first, you're second, you're third. It's obvious. Everybody should agree with me and move on. Now that I'm a show dad that spends a lot of time on this side of the fence, unless we win, I probably think we always could have done a little better. It's human nature. It's competitive nature. This is a competitive industry that we're in. And so I'm really, I've taken maybe a refocus as a judge. I'm complimentary of all the exhibitors today that had their stock presented appropriately. They had them out here. They were on time. They were ready to show. And the breeders and everything, we can look at a champion division winner and say, wow, that looks easy. I think I want to buy a goat next year. Well, then about halfway through the project, you're fighting fungus and appetites and everything else that can happen. It is not easy. And if it was easy, everybody would do it. And so as a family, I know that I've really reshifted that when you are fortunate enough to win your class or your division or actually the entire show, make sure and enjoy it as a family. For sure, don't take it for granted because it's hard to win. I don't care if you're at your county show, your local show, or a Texas major, Illinois State Fair, doesn't matter, any show you want to go to. There's no such thing in 2019 as an easy show to win. And if you think it's easy, you probably haven't won very much, in my opinion, because it's hard to do. We've talked about the goats today. Obviously I need to thank the folks at St. Angelo for giving me multiple opportunities that I never thought I would have. I never thought I would be able to judge a sheep show in Texas of this size and magnitude. Never thought I'd be able to judge a goat show of this size and magnitude. And they've afforded and offered me the opportunity to do it. What I like about St. Angelo is one of the best creatures in the sheep that I've judged at St. Angelo. One of the best steers that I've judged has been at St. Angelo. One of the top 5 creatures that I've studied. Those livestock all came out of here. We look at, and so thanks to them, thanks to the staff, we look at the goats out here that are champion divisions and reserve divisions. In my opinion, if we're at a zoo, there's a gorilla that got loose in the monkey cage. Okay, there is one out here that is an absolute hammer. I think for reserve, it's wide open, in my opinion. And regardless of species, we got to complement the competitive nature of the show ring. But when one is out there that is so uniquely different, but yet so uniquely good and represents so many good things, we as competitors have to say, well, I didn't breed it, I didn't feed it, I don't own it, but rest assured next year I will have one that looks just like it. And I think that's what keeps us going as show families, that quest for perfection. I don't know if we will ever achieve it, but rest assured our family, we strive for it on a daily basis when we hit the barn. And I think it makes our children much different when they're playing sports or competing academically within school systems that they attend. And so with that stated, thank you to the staff. Thank you for the exhibitors today. Been an absolute great show. I think reserve's close. I think champion, as I just said, is pretty impressive. Let's congratulate all 6 and I'll finish your show.
And our grand champion goat goes to Dakota Martin, Mason County 4A.
I thought I'd better come to the microphone out here. Our lightweight, great individual out here. We're probably going to focus a little harder on our middleweight reserve and our heavyweight. And to tell you what's going through my mind, whether it's right or wrong, this is my perspective. This is an endpoint 12 o'clock terminal show that we have to have them ready to roll. In my opinion, you have to decide, as a reserve middleweight, does he have enough beef to him today? He looks a little prospecty, and I judge a lot of cattle shows. That one looks like a really good prospect progress. Does he have enough horsepower? Because if he does, obviously he is captivating to look at. We've got the heavyweight that I love to study in motion, and he's one of the best rib cage goats that we've seen all day. We talked earlier about Beauty and the Beast within the middleweight division, and I went Beauty. I want to make sure before I tie the champion that, in my opinion, the heavyweight goat is really still very attractive. He is more memorable to me than the other contender within the middleweights. So I'm back to it. What do I need to decide? Is the heavyweight slick enough necked? Is the medium weight just got enough horsepower through the center part of his body and just ready to go 12 o'clock today? That is what is wrestling in my mind. I don't think it's obvious. I don't think it's clear cut. I don't think it's easy. If you think it's easy between these two, you either bred the goat or your family friends or part of the crew that runs with one of these two goats. So please keep that in mind as we make our final decision. My compliments once again. You've got great people in San Angelo that take great care of the youth and take great pride in the show. With that stated, one more round of applause and we'll finish your goat show.
And our reserve champion goes to Macy Alexander of Anderson Shiro FFA. Folks, let's congratulate all these exhibitors one more time. In addition to the first and second place Dorfers, we will need the fourth place in this class to go to the drug testing area, and we'll need parents to go over there as well.